The saviors of the wasteland, the unified Brotherhood of Steel, operating under the command of Elder Arthur Maxon, last of his line and direct descendant of the Order's legendary founder. The Brotherhood as we come to know them is an extension of this great man and his indomitable will, a will that drives his crusade to cleanse the world of corruption, cleanse the world of synths. In the year 2254, a detachment of the Brotherhood of Steel was dispatched from Lost Hills, the Brotherhood's headquarters in Southern California. This detachment had a single goal: to scour the East Coast, its cities, military departments, and bases, in order to recover any and all advanced technologies, and keep them out of the hands of wastelanders. Operating under the command of Paladin Owen Lyons, the detachment embarked on a lengthy expedition, finally arriving on the East Coast a year later, in the bombed-out ruins of DC, now known as the Capital Wasteland. Shortly after arriving, they established themselves in the ruins of the pre-war Pentagon, utilizing its central location and infrastructure to their utmost advantage. The ruins of the pre-war always carry with them the untold tales of its predecessors, and deep within the Pentagon, amongst the many sublevels, lied a top secret, 2 centuries past. There in that iron casket dreamt the sleeping giant sweet dreams of liberty, freedom, and justice for all. Upon the discovery of the Liberty Prime combat system, the directive of Lyons' detachment had changed. Lost Hills now required that Lyons make the Capital Wasteland his home, and continue the search for further advanced technologies, all the while keeping guard over the Iron Giant. Over the years, Lyons began to stray away from the Brotherhood's original mission of tech recovery, opting to conduct war on the new super-mutant threat plaguing the Capital Wasteland. This, accompanied with the reappropriation of resources to humanitarian efforts for the people of the Wastes, practically ceased all progress on the collection of advanced technologies. Lost Hills quickly became frustrated with Lyons and his refusal to follow orders, eventually denouncing the entire chapter and cutting off all support. Losing the aid and reinforcements from Lost Hills had dealt a massive blow to the chapter, and if that wasn't enough, a civil revolt amongst the ranks would see the chapter lose a significant amount of their members, with those in favor of retaining the Brotherhood's original purpose seceding from the main force and adopting the term outcasts, an insult once hurled at them by their disgruntled brothers, now a badge of honor. In 2277, Lyons' Brotherhood, with the help of a lone wanderer, would divert their attention from the mutant threat plaguing the wasteland to wage war against the newly surfaced Enclave in the wastes of DC. Weakened by their long war of attrition against the super mutants, the Brotherhood would rely heavily on the newly awakened Liberty Prime, who, with little effort, would deal a crushing blow to the Enclave forces in the battle for Project Purity. Continually outgunned and outmanned, the Brotherhood was successful in routing the Enclave on several occasions. That is, until the Enclave destroyed Liberty Prime with an orbital strike during a Brotherhood assault on one of the Enclave's satellite arrays. In a last-ditch effort to defeat the Enclave before they were eradicated, the Brotherhood would regroup and launch an all-out assault on Adams Air Force Base, the new home of the Enclave after the mysterious destruction of their previous headquarters at Raven Rock in the wastes of DC. However, this was merely meant to act as a distraction. The primary objective involved a lone wanderer slipping into the base during the chaos and destroying it from the inside out. The mission was ultimately successful, and with this victory over the Enclave, a new dawn emerged. With the Enclave War coming to a close, and the influx in revolutionary tech recovered from Adams Air Force Base, the Brotherhood of Steel would make great strides in military advancement over the coming years, including the construction of a mobile airship known as the Pridwin. However, shortly after this victory, the untimely demise of Elder Lyons and his daughter Sarah would throw the Brotherhood into turmoil. The now leaderless chapter would descend into chaos. Many new leaders were elected, but unfortunately all proved to be ineffectual and were promptly removed from the position. This was until the young teen Arthur Maxon rose to leadership in 2282. Master tactician, diplomat, and fresh off his victory against Shepard, the new war boss of the DC Super Mutants, Maxon was granted the title of Elder, which was approved by the West Coast Brotherhood of Steel, who had been observing the chapter this whole time. Maxon cemented his title after successfully reuniting the outcasts back into the fold, merging the Lions Doctrine with that of the old Brotherhood doctrine since before the migration east. With this new tenet established, a full-strength chapter, and a massive surge in military technology, the Capital Wasteland chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel cements itself as the region's dominant superpower, and Maxon, spurred on by ideology, set his sights on a new target. Over the years, whispers made their way to the ears of the Brotherhood. Rumors of advanced machines that look like humans, act like humans, but aren't human. Corpses found with strange mechanical components in them. People who mysteriously disappear, only to reappear, not quite right. Elder Maxon was not blind to this phenomenon, and ordered several scouting parties into the enigmatic Commonwealth to gather intel on these rumors, only for the reports returned to fill him with horror. The rumors were true. A mysterious organization known only as the Institute had been creating humanoid machines, replacing people, and wreaking havoc on the wasteland. Upon this discovery, Maxon orders his army to board the newly constructed Prydwen and departs for the Commonwealth, determined to cure the land of this plague or die trying. This is why the Brotherhood of Steel always wins. Now, dear legionaries, welcome to the Wasteland. The Commonwealth in the year 2287 exists as a tattered hellscape, infested with swarms of mutated, feral, and diseased abominations. Survivors of this wasteland cling to life in their desolation, praying for help to survive the horrors that lurk in the shadows. The pack of feral ghouls down the road, the encroaching super mutant cannibals, maniacal raiders, and bloodbug swarms are just a few of the horrors that haunt these lands. Amidst it all, a lone figure looms over the horizon, a vessel carrying with it more than just hope. When the Brotherhood arrives, they do so unopposed, as in the 200 years since the bombs fell, the survivors of this once thriving city were unable to rebuild. All the while, technological marvels that could have been their salvation lie right under their feet, buried in a steel coffin with the boogeyman. Only a single settlement seemed to find true success in these ruins, the great green jewel of the Commonwealth, secured behind the great walls of the old Fenway Park, now known as Diamond City. The city has made strides in stabilizing life for their denizens, such as the establishment of permanent shelters, renewable food, access to water, security measures, trade, and quality of life servicing. To add to this, they have also established a basic political system, living under the policies of an elected official, in this case, a mayor. And while Diamond City is a great start to what could turn into a Commonwealth conquering force, they lack the proper motivation to bring any sense of stability to the region. A sentiment that would echo in more ways than one throughout the reclamation of the Commonwealth. While the Brotherhood is partially here to stabilize the Commonwealth by eradicating the horrors that reside within it, such as super mutants and ghouls, their primary objective is the elimination of a specific entity, one that has plagued the hearts and minds of the Commonwealth citizens for decades, striking fear, uncertainty, and paranoia at the sheer mention of their name. During their most recent reconnaissance mission into the Commonwealth, Brotherhood scouts had reported back a strange signal, believed to be coming from the infamous Institute. It was after discovering this, and realizing it was the source of this synth threat, that Maxon approved this invasion, determined to find and destroy the Institute, and their synthetic humanoids at all cost. What he believes to be abominations, insults to all mankind, technology that is too dangerous to be allowed to exist. Of all the organizations of the Commonwealth Wasteland, only 2 factions attempt to oppose the Brotherhood, each for their own reasons. Naturally, the Institute, a society of subterranean scientists and remnants of the pre-war CIT, are opposed to their aggressors and wish to not be extinguished from existence, especially on the account that from their eyes, they are doing no wrong, merely advancing science, reimagining humanity, if you will. With the arrival of the Brotherhood, the Institute now finds themselves at a war on 2 fronts, as they were previously engaged with the other of these factions, the Railroad. Much like its historical namesake, the Railroad is a network of spies, soldiers, and safe houses designed to help Generation 3 synths escape captivity from the Institute. Seeing synths as more than simple machines brings them to odds with the greater wasteland, said Institute, and more importantly, the Brotherhood. Where the Brotherhood aims to destroy any and all synthetic life forms, the Railroad fights to protect them. And amongst this triangle of ideology lies the region's primary conflict. The Railroad maintains a small military force, organized into strike teams and spread out across the Commonwealth in order to protect synths and safe houses. These units are well equipped with armored battle coats and heavy weaponry, such as railway rifles and Gauss rifles. Seemingly well trained and experienced, the skill of a Railroad heavy outshines a majority of other combatants in the wasteland. However, they don't outshine the advanced training and experience of a Brotherhood soldier, or the sheer numbers behind an Institute assault team. While their strike teams are nothing to scoff at, the sheer amount of their opponents puts them at a huge disadvantage. The Railroad cannot support a long and drawn-out conflict, as their numbers of combatants are already low due to the ongoing assaults from the Institute. On top of this, the recruitment suffers heavily from their secrecy, not to mention their ideology. An ideology that is not supported by the wider wasteland around them, as most wastelanders despise synths and those who help them. Even prior to the Brotherhood's arrival, the Railroad had suffered heavily from poor leadership and continues to lose in their conflicts against the Institute, recently surrendering their headquarters at the Switchboard after an Institute assault. In stark contrast to the Railroad, the Institute has proven to be a rightful force to be reckoned with. They maintain the general technological edge over both the Railroad and the Brotherhood, with their Generation 1 synths containing technology so advanced that it intimidated the Brotherhood's scribe who was researching it. To top this, the Institute has the means to mass-produce synthetic foot soldiers, as well as advanced weapons and armor to equip them with, giving them a numbers advantage for large-scale assaults. In addition to this, the Institute utilizes the technology to teleport this army anywhere in the Commonwealth at a moment's notice. In combat, the Institute deploys assault teams made up of Generation 1 and 2 synthetics, with the majority of these teams being comprised of Generation 1 synths, led by a Generation 2, who is typically better equipped with an upgraded laser rifle and the Institute's own brand of synth armor. Both Generation 1 and 2 synthetics are tough to take down in combat and won't retreat even after having limbs blown clean off. While this is of great advantage against the meagerly armed and undertrained forces of the Commonwealth, the simplistic AI and combat programming of the Gen 1 and 2 synthetics is not enough to keep up with the advanced combat training and experience of their largest enemy, the Brotherhood of Steel. The Institute will sometimes deploy a Generation 3 synth of a unique variety to aid in combat. These synths are known as coursers, and are exceptional in skill, even amongst other Generation 3 synths. Coursers are quicker, stronger, and smarter than humans, and extremely well trained, with a single courser having been witnessed eliminating an entire building of heavily armed gunners. While a Courser could likely take out a Brotherhood patrol single-handedly, their low numbers and the time it would take to replenish their ranks makes them too valuable to be put on the front lines against such a powerful foe. Due to this, Coursers tend to be reserved for missions related to assassination of key figures, or retrieval of something the Institute deems necessary from the clutches of the wasteland. The Railroad has the training, the Institute has the numbers and technology, but the Brotherhood of Steel has all three in spades. Not only this, the Brotherhood has several other strategic advantages that neither faction can boast, with one notable advantage being air power. After their war with the Enclave, the Brotherhood recovered swaths of functioning vertibirds, and likely their means of production, from the wreckage of the various bases throughout the capital wasteland. These aircrafts provided the Brotherhood a means of deploying and retrieving troops to and from anywhere in the Commonwealth in a matter of minutes. Boasting an armored hull, advanced maneuverability, dual forward-facing machine guns, and a minigun on their side door, vertibirds are not only able to ferry entire squads in and out of dangerous areas, but are also able to eliminate hostiles with brutal efficiency, quickly clearing landing zones and providing air support to their troops on the ground. The Brotherhood's location at the old Boston airport, in conjunction with their air power, provides a further advantage for long-term occupation, with their main ship, the Pridwin, coming equipped with all the essentials for an invading army. Essentials like a command center, vertibird docking and refueling station, air traffic control room, armory, medical bay, power armor bay, research station, crew quarters, mess hall, recreation area, and even a storage bay. In addition to this, the Pridwin is heavily armored, providing it protection from the myriad of stray bullets and explosives that litter the Commonwealth. The armored hull being sturdy enough that anything short of artillery fire will leave the Pridwin unscathed. In addition to this, their proximity to downtown Boston provides the Brotherhood a short route to recovering technology, technical documents, salvage, and supplies from the mutant-infested and largely unscavenged district, as well as the ability to reach anywhere in the Commonwealth from a relatively central location. Furthermore, their use of vertibirds would allow them to safely transport large loads of supplies, such as food from the various farming settlements that dot the countryside, if the farmers lend them their aid, that is. Not to mention, the Brotherhood's proximity to and immediate acquisition of Fort Strong allows it instant access to devastating artillery ammunition, an asset only matched by the Minutemen. But unlike the Minutemen, the Brotherhood is equipped with top-of-the-line arms and armor, with the average knight issued state-of-the-art T-60 power armor and energy weaponry. Their power armor provides Brotherhood soldiers with extreme protection from the elements, boasting a level of radiation resistance high enough to make the overwhelming radiation levels in the glowing sea inconsequential. To top this, their armor boasts the best possible protection from most types of weaponry, including firearms, melee weapons, unarmed weapons, and even weaker energy-based weapons such as the Institute's laser pistols and rifles. Power armor is so durable, in fact, that even its weaker variants are enough to repel continuous brutal attacks from mutants, rad scorpions, and even deathclaws. Power armor can also be outfitted with several enhancements, from increasing its durability to increasing the user's ability to mark and hit their targets, electrocuting enemies with Tesla coils, and even adding a flight capability via jetpacks. Add in the ability to survive falls from any height unscathed and the occasional mini-nuclear explosion, and a single Brotherhood knight turns into a truly immovable object. In turn, the Brotherhood combines the superhuman defensive capability with the superior offensive firepower to turn their immovable object into an unstoppable force. The standard issue AER-9 laser rifle used by most knights and other foot soldiers is powerful enough to disintegrate their enemies, reducing them to mere piles of ash. Brotherhood units can also be seen using the more advanced plasma weaponry as well, with a single blast of superheated plasma being enough to instigate the spontaneous dissolution of its target down to the molecular level, leaving nothing behind but a pile of viscous glowing green goo. Higher-ranking knights and paladins not only have upgraded and more durable power armor, but also use the strongest weaponry available, having been witnessed using miniguns and the Gatling variants of both laser and plasma weapons, turning them into a terrifyingly powerful and dominating force to be reckoned with. This is all to complement the quality of their soldiers. While the war against the mutants in the capital wasteland created many casualties, it also created battle-tested, hardened veterans. Veterans that beat back hordes of vicious mutants in all-out trench warfare. Veterans that fought against the better trained and equipped Enclave warriors and won. Veterans that laugh in the face of danger and charge in head-on to engage the enemies of the Brotherhood. The best techniques are passed on by the survivors. The Brotherhood soldiers that survived the wars in the capital wasteland had raised the standards for training as they pass on their skill and knowledge to the next generation of recruits, resulting in the generation of soldiers that occupy the Commonwealth being generally superior in training to those in the capital wasteland 10 years prior. With the pacification of the capital wasteland, recruitment would have increased as well, leading to the Brotherhood ranks swelling with the influx of wastelanders wanting to fight the good fight. Since less immediate threats to the capital exist, new recruits would be able to undergo a longer training period before they were deployed to battle, resulting in a more linear progression of skill and decline in soldier mortality. This gives the Brotherhood access to something they never really had before, a truly large military force, an army that they could leverage against any enemy that dare oppose them, an army that they end up taking with them to the Commonwealth. This gives the Brotherhood a huge numbers advantage in the Commonwealth campaign, equaled only by the Institute and their mass production of synthetic soldiers. In the unlikely event that the Brotherhood is defeated, Elder Maxon would simply return with more troops in time, as he is unwilling to accept the Institute's existence and would make their destruction his lifelong pursuit. And if he were to die in the Commonwealth, the Brotherhood's religious devotion to Elder Maxon would spur another invasion, as they would certainly seek retribution for his death. Unless a faction were to invade the capital wasteland and destroy or destabilize the Brotherhood on their home turf, they will continue to rebuild and return until the Institute is wiped from the face of the planet. In order to defeat them in the Commonwealth, however, a faction would have to destroy their headquarters, and the Brotherhood is well protected from invasion. All access points into their headquarters at the old Boston airport are actively guarded by experienced Brotherhood soldiers, equipped with extreme firepower to meet any force brave enough to challenge them. In addition to this, the whole base is protected by electromagnetic shielding that prevents the Institute from teleporting in synths behind the Brotherhood's lines, forcing any enemy to face the business end of their Gatling lasers should they decide to launch an offensive. In the unlikely event that an invading force manages to overpower the Brotherhood's lines, they would still be hard-pressed to take the base with the Pridwin looming overhead, providing reinforcements and air support to their troops on the ground. While most Wastelanders are at first wary of the Brotherhood forces, their advanced technology and brutal onslaught against the many mutants, ghouls, and synths inhabiting the Commonwealth would quickly gain favor with the local population. While most Wastelanders just want to live out their lives in peace, some would want to join the fight against the Boogeyman, leading to a surge in Brotherhood support amongst the local population and an influx in recruitment within the Commonwealth. Working much like an annexed territory, the Brotherhood would then have the means to conscript these Wastelanders should their forces ever need bolstering. However, it doesn't appear as if the conflict would call for such tactics, as the Brotherhood is already wiping the floor with their competition. Not to mention, they also have a hidden ace up their metallic sleeve.
When a Wastelander hears vertibirds droning overhead, or the rhythmic pounding of power armor in the distance, they tend to associate these experiences with their knights in shining armor, the Brotherhood of Steel. or possibly the likes of the NCR for those living in the comfort of California. For some, they breathe a sigh of relief as they recognize the protection these factions offer, so long as they don't have the technology to be taken or land to be settled. However, the first few generations of wastelanders emerging from the safety of great underground vaults in a post-war America had a very different response to these sounds. Before the sound of vertibirds in the night sky signaled a savior, they signaled something much worse. A terrible omen. A sign of horror to come. A sign of the Enclave. In the events of 2241, occurring along the coastline of California, the Enclave emerged from the shadows, acting as a primary antagonist to all peaceful settlements. Under the guise of saving the wasteland, they were bent on destroying virtually all civilized life in their search for purity. The Enclave began raiding vaults, killing their inhabitants, and enslaving those who were not lucky enough to die. They eradicated a settlement of intelligent and peaceful Deathclaws, and posed as an unstoppable force against the only major factions that had enough power to stand up to them: a budding new California Republic and the Brotherhood of Steel. Despite the Enclave's inferior numbers, their mysterious origins and technological superiority made them a force of true havoc, unopposed across the breadth of the wasteland. Against this unstoppable force, a lone figure, seemingly insignificant against the looming conflict, would set on a path that would ultimately tip the scales of power in the wasteland. This figure, known to us as the Chosen One, and a tribal descendant of the legendary Vault Dweller from Vault 13, managed to track down the location of the Enclave's secretive headquarters, the Poseidon Oil Rig. This offshore drilling rig not only housed the majority of Enclave forces, but also held many branches of government still in use by these post-war Americans, including their positions of president and Secret Service. While many tales of the Chosen One's deeds vary from account to account, what is certain is that after a daring assault and an unlikely victory, the Chosen One managed to set forth a series of events that led to the ultimate destruction of the Poseidon Oil Rig. The explosion that took place here eradicated the majority of Enclave forces and scattered the survivors. In the aftermath of this devastation, most survivors fled east, with many getting as far as Raven Rock on the outskirts of the capital wasteland in Washington, D.C., while others opted to stay close to home, attempting to integrate into the NCR, or take their chances with the frontier. For those who fled east and didn't make it to the coast, rumors circulate that they may still be operating in scattered chapters around the wasteland. Rumors that may have more truth to them than previously thought. A portion of Enclave forces stayed loyal to their orders, retaining their fortifications in the region and continuing operations like normal. However, these unlucky soldiers would soon find themselves embroiled in a grisly and grueling war against the combined forces of the NCR and Brotherhood of Steel. In a series of assaults on their strongholds, the Enclave would face loss after loss until the remaining survivors were forced to flee. Aboard a vertibird fleeing from the assault on Navarro, an Enclave fire squad looks back on their destruction, with a lone soldier among them, lamenting the death of America. In the years following the destruction of the Enclave leadership, the NCR and Brotherhood have grown their size and influence, and new powers like Caesar's Legion have risen to control large numbers of troops and territory. The survivors of the Enclave, though well trained and equipped, simply can no longer hope to match the size of these factions. In their desolation, the surviving Enclave members in the West have obscured their identities and retreated into hiding, with some even living right under the noses of the NCR Rangers who hunt them across the wastes. On the outskirts of New Vegas, in a town known as Freeside, a mysterious and enigmatic man with a peculiar name can be found hidden away in the back corners of an old Mormon fort. This man, known to us as Arcade, works as a doctor and researcher for a humanitarian faction known as the Followers of the Apocalypse. While tight-lipped about his past, it's soon discovered by the courier that Arcade was the son of a well-respected soldier in the Enclave, and that while his father may be deceased, his father's squad is still very much alive, living separate lives scattered throughout the Mojave wastes. The internal conflict he feels weighs heavily upon his conscience. On one hand, the Enclave were ethically monstrous, and all of their members are either directly or indirectly responsible for war crimes. On the other hand, though, the members of his father's squad were the only family he has ever known, and he loves and admires them, looking back nostalgically on the time they all spent together. Amidst the shadow of the looming conflict with the NCR and Caesar's Legion, Arcade begins to ponder his origins under a new light. After spending the better part of 40 years in hiding, perhaps the Enclave Remnants can make amends, digging up their old gear for one last hurrah, this time for the good of the people in the wasteland. Arcade soon embarks on a journey to reunite his estranged family, tracking down the remnants to the corners of the Mojave. The first of many, Captain Judah Krager, was second in command to Arcade's father, Mark, and the new commanding officer of the remnants following his death. In the aftermath of the assault on Navarro, Krager spent the majority of his time as a trader. However, after years of wandering the wastes, he grew tired of this constant droning and opted to settle down just outside of Vegas in a small settlement known as Westside. Like Arcade, Krager reminisces on this time of his life and laments the loss of the sense of purpose that serving had given him. While ruthless in their approach, he always felt that the Enclave had the best intentions at heart, bringing civilization to a cruel and twisted wasteland. Judah was a good officer, tactically minded and fair in his dealings, leading to great respect amongst his troops. Respect that even managed to keep the two diametrically opposed soldiers under his command from tearing each other apart limb by limb. One of these troopers is known as Cannibal Johnson. In his heyday, Johnson acted as the squad's sharpshooter and marksman. While he never truly agreed with or supported the Enclave's mission, often aligning more with the ideals of the NCR, he reluctantly continued his service despite his issues, up until the day the squad fled Navarro. During his service, Johnson would do all he could to disrupt operations, from disobeying orders to undermining mission objectives, doing all he could to serve without serving. This behavior often landed him in hot water, but to everyone's surprise, never getting him directly court-martialed. In the aftermath of Navarro, Johnson fled east to the Mojave with the rest of his squad, eventually settling down with a tribal woman, whom he married. In the years that followed, his wife would pass away, leaving him to tackle life alone once again. Feeling guilt over his service with the Enclave, Johnson secluded himself to a cave in eastern Vegas, awaiting the day that the Reaper comes to claim him. In stark contrast to Johnson, the other of the two soldiers that Krager would often have to wrangle is known as Orion Moreno. Moreno was the heavy weapons expert of the squad, a firm patriot and supporter of the Enclave's mission and ideals. During his service with the organization, he never viewed the Enclave as anything other than America, one unbroken chain, from President Washington to Richardson. Because of this, he never questioned orders or critically analyzed the Enclave's legitimacy, or the efficacy of the Enclave's operations. In fact, Moreno delighted in the massacring of targets, expressing that it was war, and those who didn't turn tail when they saw him deserved what was coming. In the aftermath of Navarro, Moreno grew a deep resentment for the NCR, resulting in him having never moved on from the events that occurred on that fateful day. Viewing himself as a hero of a war that his side lost, he yearns to relive his glory days. During the reunion with his old squad, Moreno expresses a strong desire to take the fight to the NCR, to take his revenge for what they did to the Enclave at Navarro. While Krager always had his hands full with these two hotheads, the other troopers under his command proved to be less of a headache. Daisy Whitman, the squad's vertibird pilot, was removed from the politics of the organization, as she only cared about one thing: flying. During her time with the Enclave, Daisy flew 71 combat missions. a dozen of which with Mark Gannon's squad, including the fateful mission where Gannon Sr. sadly lost his life. In the wake of Navarro's destruction, Daisy flew the squad east to the Remnants bunker outside of Las Vegas. It was here that the squad stowed their old uniforms and wandered out into the wastes to start a new life. Daisy never forgot her time in the Enclave, however, frequently reminiscing on her time as a pilot, the freedom it granted her, the time she would risk punishment by taking the scenic routes back to base, to the time she crashed a vertibird out by Klamath, barely escaping with her life. After moving out to the Mojave, Daisy kept in close contact with Arcade, becoming a second mother to him of sorts, and his only true confidant in this harsh life. In the years following her grounding, Daisy had found relative happiness in her new life as a scavenger. However, that doesn't stop her from peering into the skies, hoping to fly one last time. Last but not least is Dr. Henry, the team scientist, and a relative oddity amongst the Remnants. Like Johnson, Henry wasn't too fond of the Enclave or their practices, and actively broke with the organization prior to the destruction of the Poseidon oil rig, almost certainly saving his life. Henry managed to successfully integrate into the NCR and even set up his own clinic in the budding nation. In addition to this, he was also very open about his time in the Enclave. On at least one occasion, talked about it in length with a patient during a period of inebriation. It's unclear how long Henry was set up in the NCR, but he did eventually move on, having spent time traveling with some caravans. In the aftermath of the NCR's attack on Navarro, Henry relocated to the Mojave where the other Enclave remnants had settled. It's in this endless desert that he would finally find new purpose in the budding settlement of Jacobstown. When Henry was with the Enclave, he was actively working on a cure for super mutants, and with Marcus's blessing, began to use that prior knowledge to help cure the Nightkin of their schizophrenia. After Arcade reunites with each member of the Remnants, they agree to meet at their bunker in the mountains west of Vegas, a bunker with a passcode, split between the 5 of them. Dear old friends, remember Navarro. A fitting phrase to end this journey. The results of this reunion are vague at best, but rumor has it that a vertibird has been spotted frequenting the skies of the Mojave.
The Ghoul. Hero, villain, or something in between. When we are first introduced to this enigmatic figure, it is under somewhat dire circumstances. Well, dire for those that dug him up, that is. You see, in a far-off sector of the wasteland, an Enclave scientist by the name of Wilzig defects from his organization and flees their secret research compound, taking with him a highly valuable and sought-after piece of experimental technology. This course of action unsurprisingly incurs the wrath of the shady organization he just ripped off, and leads to a pretty hefty bounty having been placed upon the man's head. A bounty of enough caps to catch the attention of many a wastelander. In the artistic film stylings of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Fallout's The Ghoul clearly inhabits the position of the bad, with his ruthless nature shining a spotlight on his selfish actions, killing, maiming, and hurting anyone in his path to preserve his life and achieve his goals with little regard to the lives he is affecting. He acts as a foil to Lucy's inherent and altruistic good, and a juxtaposition to Maximus's downright misguided and often languish ugly. While it's clear that the Ghoul embodies the corruption of the wasteland that our protagonists find themselves in, this isn't all the man represents. Just as the characters in the aforementioned Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, he is not a character entirely defined by his brutality, despite his villainous persona. This is showcased in small actions throughout the series that are easily overlooked on an initial viewing. Moments where he takes care to do the right thing, even though it is not necessary, and in some instances, may run contrary to his ultimate ambitions. A few of these moments are portrayed early enough that we as the audience are quickly able to glimpse his underlying morality. Moments like paying for the food that he takes from the Philly stall during a shootout at the town.
I'd offer you one of these cherry tomatoes, but you got a hole in your neck. For the tomatoes.
Not killing Maximus when he was actively being attacked and had ample opportunity to, going out of his way to teach Lucy how to survive by drinking irradiated water, carving choice cuts of meat, and showing her that everything in the wasteland is out to get her.
I'm simply going to harvest your organs.
All this knowing full well that she needs to break through the Golden Rule Vault persona in order to toughen up enough to survive this journey ahead of her.
How does that golden rule drive what's going through your head right now?
The Ghoul in of himself being symbolic of this journey ahead and its ultimate conclusion. During his life in the pre-war, the Ghoul, then known as Cooper Howard, was an accomplished actor and veteran of the Sino-American War, having fought on the front lines in Alaska against the invading Chinese forces. Akin to a famous Western actor of our time like John Wayne or Clint Eastwood, Howard would find great success in Hollywood following his retirement from the Marine Corps, going on to star in a few notable films with classic titles such as Gun, Valley of the Gun, A Man and His Dog, The Man from Calabasas, The Man from Dead Horse, and many, many more. Needless to say, all of these films were met with critical acclaim, with The Man from Dead Horse notably topping the box office upon its release. It's actually in The Man from Dead Horse that we begin to see a split and early trappings of what would become the Ghoul persona, as well as the reluctance of Mr. Howard to traverse the path that would ultimately give rise to it. In the climax of the film, Howard's character of the sheriff confronts the antagonist of the film, Joey Toro, in a final showdown, uttering the line,
I hope you like the taste of lead, you commie son of a bitch.
after gunning him down in cold blood. During filming, however, this course of action was met with great resistance from the actor, as he felt the action of killing Toro instead of taking him into custody was contrary to the values of the sheriff he was portraying, citing that he should arrest Toro like he does with every other criminal. After his requests to change the ending were denied, Howard ultimately relented and proceeded with the ending as intended, a moment that would come to haunt him later. In the world of the American Wild West, at least how it's typically portrayed in film and TV, we often see a theme of a tough world breaking down a good man and forcing him into someone unrecognizable following their survival of the heartless world they found themselves in. Corruption and the decay of innocence being large themes in these old titles, not unlike the overarching theme of the Fallout TV show in of itself. The West forces the good man to question his beliefs and morals, all while he stares down the Reaper at the end of a gun. What would he do to preserve his life and the lives of those around him? What is humanity capable of in the face of utter destruction? A question the Fallout franchise as a whole has asked on numerous occasions, and subsequently answered from a myriad of perspective lenses. In the Fallout TV show, these themes can be directly paralleled to the journey that Cooper Howard embarks on after finding himself among the few survivors in what became a merciless wasteland, likely having to endure all the horrors that came along with it. Nuclear fallout, raiders, mutants, and eventually,
The government.
there's a unique scene in the show where the Ghoul finds his old movie, The Man from Dead Horse, and an old broken down super duper mart that, up until recently, operated as a pharmacy of sorts, peddling organs and medicines to prospective buyers. After dusting off the old tape, he inserts it into the player of the Radiation King television, and as the screen boots up, the movie just so happens to kick on right as the sheriff and Joey Toro are squaring off for the last time. This callback acting as a humble reminder to the Ghoul of who he once was, his beliefs, identity, and who, or rather what, this world has forced him to become. While his actions in The Man from Dead Horse merely represented the morals of a man Howard played in a movie, the branching pathways between what he wanted for the resolution against the direction of the events that would transpire would become a running theme in the formation of the Ghoul persona. While he is painted as this brutal force of nature, blazing a trail of fire and leaving nothing but sorrow in his wake, the Ghoul is in all actuality a tragic protagonist, a victim of circumstance and threaded into the very foundation of this horrific world he inadvertently helped to create. It is revealed in yet another flashback to the pre-war era that Cooper Howard's ex-wife, Barb Howard, is, in fact, a high-ranking executive at Vault-Tec, being one of the few that were allowed to attend and even speak on behalf of the company, in a secretive board meeting between representatives of the massive corporations that ran pre-war America, corporations like Repcon, Westtech, and even Robco. Howard's relationship with Barb and a high-profile status as an actor eventually leads him to working for Vault-Tec as a spokesman for a period of time. The popularity that Howard's name, image, and reputation brought to the company in turn assisted in exploding their sales and ultimately setting them up to be one of the top juggernauts of American enterprise. Although lucrative, he would quickly become disillusioned with Vault-Tec. While initially he believed that they were doing the right thing in preparing the American people for the worst possible outcomes, suspicions around the ever-tightening and seemingly nonsensical rules, the distinction of good and bad vaults, and his personal feelings regarding their connections to bigger companies would sour his opinion of their mission. particularly in the case of Bud Askins, who is Vault-Tec's new Senior Junior Vice President. Askins' previous work as a former product manager at Westtech and primarily responsible for the rollout of the T-45 power armor system would divide Howard and Vault-Tec even further.
I wore the T-45 when we almost lost the great state of Alaska to the Reds. Those design flaws of yours cost a lot of good men and women their lives.
If his suspicions weren't enough, his association to a company that was profiting off the end of the world led to a worsening in his public persona. As his reputation deteriorated, so too did his career. Upset over this course of events costing him acting work, as well as new insights from a few encounters with his friend Charles Whiteknife and a mysterious woman by the name of Miss Williams, his feelings would soon reach a boiling point, forcing him to take a closer look not only at Vault-Tec, but also at his own beloved wife and her position in the company. This downward spiral would eventually lead Howard to learning the truth about Vault-Tec, their intentions, and his wife's place in the greater picture after discovering that the company, in order to ensure they controlled the monopoly on the war business, had planned on being the hand that dropped the nukes, leading to a global response that would ultimately kick off the Great War of 2077. A plan he only discovered through a breaking in his moral code, leading him to eavesdrop on his wife through a listening device connected to her Pip-Boy. It was this horrific realization that would drive a wedge between the couple so deep that they would never recover their relationship, ultimately leading to a divorce. In the post-war, the Ghoul is driven by his desire to find his long-lost family. Whether this is to discover their ultimate fates following total atomic annihilation, reunite with his daughter, or to get revenge against his ex-wife for her part in kicking off the Great War is left equally as ambiguous as their locations. This entrenched, deep-seated motivation pushing the Ghoul ever forward against all odds, in the face of total annihilation, and his inevitable feralization. Throughout his travels, the Ghoul speaks more with his actions than he does his words, although I am quite fond of his various one-liners.
Hey, you want another autograph, young Henry?
Well, I'd say come up here and get me, but it's hard to walk upstairs when you're wearing a 12-piece cast iron skillet set. Well, I guess basic training ain't what it used to be. You drive that thing like a fucking shopping cart.
Not one to be subtle, these actions not only speak, but speak very loudly for themselves. The Ghoul is aggressive and rough around the edges, but never takes himself too seriously, even in the face of imminent death. His hostile yet weirdly charismatic approach often leaves those around him unsure of his intentions, while experiencing a tangible feeling of unease. Despite this, he does refrain from doing harm unto others without warrant or reason. An example of this is beautifully illustrated in this parallel scene from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. In this scene, we see that the film's bad character, Angel Eyes, after confronting his target at his house in the desert, communicates to this target that he is not long for this world, regardless of how much he bribes, begs, and pleads with our villain. This lack of humanity showcased here by Angel Eyes becomes a defining characteristic of his persona throughout the titular Western classic, often showcasing just how ruthless and inhumane he is. In its paralleled scene from Fallout, the Ghoul conveys the opposite intention, not wishing to kill anyone, but knowing that the farmer's boy won't let him leave without a proper exchange following the discovery of his brother's untimely death at the hands of the Ghoul. The contrast of these scenes clearly delineates the motives and intentions of the two characters. While Angel Eyes kills without remorse, delighting in the suffering of others, the Ghoul will only do what's necessary to reach his goal, sparing who he can, when he can. Despite all of this, it's very clear that the Ghoul is not a good man. In fact, it's evident that he is quite the contrary, aligning more with the anti-hero archetype of a bad man doing bad things for a good reason. Jaded from a life out in the wastes and in the habit of shooting first and asking questions later, he will often opt for this violent and confrontational approach despite having other options available. Very much following the philosophy of an eye for an eye, he will always hurt those who hurt him first. And even on occasion, he will attack perceived threats before they even get the chance to pull their pistols, robbing them of the opportunity to hurt him at all. In the post-apocalyptic hellscape that is Fallout's wasteland, this morality of good, evil, and everything in between is blurred immeasurably. With the brutal reality of death, destruction, and atrocities a daily occurrence, survivors have grown accustomed to the pain and tragedy that is brought about in average everyday living. And in a world where raiders, mutants, and cannibals are waiting around every corner to take advantage of you and end your existence, it's understandable that the survivors of this culture would be hyper-cautious and inherently violent to anyone and anything they perceive as threatening. That is to say, The Ghoul, specifically having felt all the pain of the Great War, on top of losing all of those he's ever loved, and for 200 years observing those who are left fall one by one while having to beg, borrow, steal, and kill just to make it to tomorrow, can't be blamed for his mistrusting and rugged demeanor. There's a unique moment that occurs at the beginning of episode 4, The Ghouls, where he encounters an old friend of his by the name of Roger, who is in the early throes of feralization. In an instance of rare humanity for the character, we see the Ghoul strike up a conversation with poor old Roger, reminiscing about the wonderful things they missed from the pre-war. Blamco mac and cheese, ice cream, and apple pie, with Roger even bringing up old memories of his mother. In an even rarer act of mercy for the character, the Ghoul kills Roger the second he takes his attention away, putting an end to the man's misery before he can turn completely feral and go on to terrorize the wasteland. The scene perfectly encapsulates the underlying humanity that resides in this tragic character, his inner good karma player, although this genuinely kind act is then immediately overshadowed by the visceral image of the Ghoul carving up his old friend for some juicy cuts of
ass jerky
to save for later, surely earning him some bad karma to balance out the good he just received. I'm sure we can all agree that engaging in cannibalism is detestable. However, for the survivors of the wasteland, well, the Ghoul puts it best when he says,
It ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, a fella's gotta eat a fella.
So up to this point, we have covered a lot about who the Ghoul is today, after all the atrocities he's endured over the past 200 years. But I believe there's more to his character and what he endures after we are first introduced to him in that dusty casket within Dom Pedro's compound. As I had mentioned previously, the Ghoul is meant to represent a player character who is already at the end of their journey, with all the levels, perks, and experience to turn them from this.
You wanna have sex?
You mean use my cock?
Yeah.
To this. As such, the Ghoul's character arc is complete, and as a narrative device, he acts mostly as a catalyst of change for our protagonist Lucy. In addition to this, he is also a narrative device to explain to the viewer the lore of this world, from the pre-war to the events that we see actively unfolding. And lastly, he exists as the writer's deus ex machina to move the story anywhere they need it to go, and killing any of those who need killed. Throughout the show, he's often seen single-handedly fighting swaths of opponents that have him massively outnumbered and outgunned. Yet the Ghoul still somehow manages to come out on top without a scratch on him. Well, most of the time, that is. When we are first introduced to him, it becomes quite evident that the Ghoul is a hardened and unsympathetic character, putting himself above all others in his pursuit of Wilzig's head. But we have already established that, so what exactly changes by the end of the series? The series of events that occur in the show force him to regain some semblance of his former humanity, connecting with the Cooper Howard that he lost so many years ago, traveling with the bright-eyed and bushy-tailed Lucy, killing his friend Roger and having to face his own mortality, nearly going feral after losing all of his vials, seeing the man from Dead Horse, and even growing fond of dog meat, who reminds him of his dog Roosevelt that was presumably lost in the Great War. All of these encounters were instrumental in teaching the Ghoul a valuable lesson, one that he's forgotten over the last 200 years of hell he's endured. Under all the pain and bravado, there is still a human, a man trying to survive like everyone else in the wasteland. Of course, this doesn't go far to change him by the end of the series, merely acts as a way to soften his edges. At the conjunction of the three plot lines, Lucy finally finding her dad, the Brotherhood of Steel acquiring the relic, and the Ghoul finding a lead to the whereabouts of his family, we finally see a deviation in his character, if even the most infinitesimal amount, from a cold, calculated killer who maintains his power and independence at all costs, to a man with a, albeit tentative, willingness to entertain a companion. After Lucy's father Hank flees the Griffith Observatory, the Ghoul offers Lucy a chance to travel with him as he tracks Hank down. Whether he did this because he knows that having a companion with a vested interest in acquiring his target is advantageous, like he did earlier in the series with Dogmeat, or for a more wholesome reason is unknown. All we know for sure is that this change in character contrasts his earlier interactions with Lucy in a clear dichotomy. Whereas he was merely using her, at first as bait to attract the axolotl, then as currency to purchase more vials of his anti-feral serum, this time it appears he does have a genuine interest in bringing her along as an equal. In a world of utter absolution, Fallout's The Ghoul presents a clear window into the psychology of a moral man, one who endures a descent into chaos and uncertainty, condemned to live a life of endless hardship beyond that of a mortal lifespan, forever rotting, corrupted by the very fabric of all that he once loved. The Ghoul is a shining testament to the perseverance of man in the face of enduring brutality. A survivor to the very core. A hero? Maybe. A villain? Possibly. Something in between. Well, that's up to you to decide.
The NCR, Caesar's Legion, two diametrically opposed juggernauts vying for control over the bombed-out ruins of the American Southwest. Their militaries, endlessly forging paths for their interests, meet at a critical junction just east of Las Vegas. It's here at Hoover Dam where the two armies would meet for the first time, with the NCR claiming victory over their foe. Confident enough to rest on their laurels, the NCR fortified their positions along the Colorado River, returning to business as usual. Caesar, on the other hand, did not take this defeat lightly, and began a mass restructuring of his army to meet the challenge the Republic posed. With a new legate in place and a new battle strategy, the Legion would launch a series of counterattacks, pushing the NCR entirely off the eastern bank of the river. With this natural border in place, the factions maintained a relative stalemate until 2281, where their armies would meet under the Nevada sun, once again. The two nations represent opposite sides of the same coin, thesis and antithesis, lacking a common ground for which they can coexist. The new California Republic's ideals of democracy, equality, and civility have paved the way for a safe and welcoming nation, but quickly led the Republic to internal corruption, debasement, and imperialism. With former general and now president of the NCR, Aaron Kimball, having achieved war hero status after massacring the tribes of the Sierra Nevadas and Bullhead City. Witnessing the inherent flaws in the NCR from an early age, the once citizen of the Republic, Caesar, formed his legion in opposite to their ideals. Caesar's legion was, from the start, a nationalist, imperialist, totalitarian, homogenous nation, putting a person's utility to the state above that of their personal liberties. In doing so, Caesar has maintained power over his subjects and nearly eliminated all corruption amongst his legion. Utilizing those under his rule to their full potential has led to a highly elite and specialized military, the likes of which the wasteland has never seen. Each army is organized into a specialized rank and file to fulfill their logistical needs. The NCR utilizes a ranking structure of pre-war America, separating its ranks into the categories of enlisted troopers, non-commissioned officers, and commissioned officers. While the NCRA is largely meritocratic, there have also been some documented cases of soldiers in the NCR receiving and maintaining their rank due to their connections in the government. A prime example is General Oliver, who was stated to only have his rank by account of his connection to President Kimball, and not due to his accomplishments or strategic ability, which has been heavily criticized as lacking by friends of the Republic and foes alike. The Legion, on the other hand, is a strict meritocracy, where promotions only occur through an individual's achievements and bravery in battle. While gaining Caesar's favor may allow a legionary to bypass the traditional chain of promotions, doing so is incredibly difficult and requires an immense feat. Such as in the case of Vulpes Inculta, who capitalized on enemies' oversight by breaking ranks and leading his legionaries through a hole in their defenses, an action which, under normal circumstances, would have landed him on a cross, but due to his actions leading to victory over the enemy, landed him on Caesar's good side instead. After gaining his lord's favor, Vulpes was spared crucifixion, and instead promoted to the ranks of Frumentari. In order to capitalize on recruitment, the minimum age for enlistment into the NCR Army is 16 years old, with very few ever volunteering at this age. By the conflict of 2281, the majority of the NCR infantry is conscripted into the military, typically from farming or ranching communities, and with a near even split between male and female troopers. After they swear into service, the recruit is then sent to boot camp for 2 weeks, where they learn basic military skills before deploying. Due to the majority of recruits growing up farming and ranching, most already know their way around a firearm, and likely spend their time learning other military basics, like marching and small unit tactics. When the Legion needs to bolster their ranks, they do so by 2 methods of action. The first and most abundant is through the conquering and assimilation of tribals into Legion ranks. The second is through the mechanism of forced breeding to create generations of soldiers growing up knowing only the art of war. Due to Caesar's emphasis on utility, men and women are separated into delineated roles, with men making 100% of the Legion's fighting force, and women filling in various support roles that keep them out of the fighting, including religious figures such as priestesses. Legion training is intense and brutal, with their conditioning routines having been compared by Colonel Moore as on par with, if not greater than that of NCR Rangers, a branch which Colonel Moore had personally served in, leading to legionaries who are extremely tough, fast, and agile. Recruits are also trained to ignore pain and follow their orders to the letter, whether that's rushing a position under fire with a dull machete as their only weapon, or ending their own life to avoid capture. Their ferocity is so intense that the aforementioned Colonel Moore has her troops training to fight bigger and stronger opponents, in addition to strict orders to fight the Legion at a distance, no matter the circumstance. While the average NCR recruit trains for only 2 weeks before a deployment, where they go on to largely patrol and wait for the next conflict, a legionary's training is non-stop. In the meat grinder that is Caesar's Legion, one cannot afford to fall behind. This endless training leads to a culture where true battles become breaks in training, allowing legionaries a brief respite in order to test their skills against an adversary. The bulk of the NCR infantry is equipped with minimal equipment, including desert fatigues, an armored ballistic vest, likely steel, and a helmet, with standard issue pre-war mass-produced service rifles chambered in 5.56 and a pistol sidearm chambered in 9mm. While this is standard issue for all ranks up to colonel, many units away from the front lines use various assortments of lower-tier guns like 9mm submachine guns, varmint rifles, caravan shotguns, and more. It's also not uncommon for NCR troops to carry a combat knife for close-quarter encounters. The Legion infantry is equipped with the most basic of gear, consisting of Legion fatigues and pre-war sporting equipment, including leather football pads and catcher vests, as well as football and baseball helmets. Due to the meritocratic nature of the Legion, the higher a legionary's rank, the more gear and better weapons they will acquire, with the previously mentioned equipment acting as the foundational protective gear. As a legionary climbs the ladder to veteran, they add shin guards and an arm guard to this ensemble, with added nails protruding from their pauldrons to provide that extra damage to anyone who gets too close. Once a legionary reaches the rank of Centurion, they receive the best armor the Legion can offer, with most opting for patchwork armor forged in the fires of their conquests, and others opting for something a little more protective in the visage of their legate. With added accomplishments comes better firepower. Recruit legionaries are often seen wielding basic firearms and melee weapons like varmint rifles, makeshift spears, and machetes, while veterans can be seen wielding power fists and carbines. While the Legion is heavily criticized for their use of such rudimentary arms and armor, it's not without purpose. A large part of the Legion's strategy involves overwhelming fortified positions and dismantling them from within. Having troops in lighter armor who can close the distance on a position quickly and terrify their enemy by chopping into them goes a long way to not only secure objectives, but strip away any sense of comfort a trooper might have in their position at a distance, a tactic which has been used to great effect against the NCR. The NCR and Legion share a similar squad size and spread, with each squad composed of 4 troops, typically led by a non-commissioned officer or a decanus in the case of the Legion. NCR weapon spread is pretty uniform on the front lines, with most patrolling squads all wielding service rifles and standard issue equipment. Legion patrol squads have more diverse spread to cover various scenarios. Squads of recruits are often seen wielding machetes, spears, pistols, and rifles, and veteran squads seen wielding hunting rifles, shotguns, and power fists, allowing them to combat foes at long, medium, and short ranges. During the final battle for Hoover Dam, Legion squads are led by a Centurion, typically wielding a marksmanship carbine or squad automatic rifle. NCR squads stay relatively the same during this battle, with their change in equipment reflecting more long-distance options, such as sniper rifles. Amongst the rank and file of each military are subdivisions of specialty units. For the NCR, one of these specialty units are the 1st Recon Sharpshooters. Distinguished by their red berets, they are primarily responsible for reconnaissance and the elimination of high-profile targets. Although it isn't uncommon to see them attached to units to provide fire support, such in the case of the Bitter Springs Massacre. The NCR also boasts a division of heavy troopers who utilize salvage power armor and heavy weapons from the NCR's war with the Brotherhood of Steel. Although the salvage power armor is slow and clunky due to having their servos ripped out, the heavy troopers are capable of absorbing large amounts of small arms fire. Combined with their common use of miniguns and incinerators, these units make for truly deadly enemies. Due to their limited numbers, heavy troopers typically act as guards for high-profile leaders or at positions of strategic importance. In addition to this, the NCR also utilizes the skills of the NCR Rangers, who work in tandem with but are not directly under the command of the Army. The New California Republic Rangers act as scouts and light infantry. They most commonly are found in outposts, typically keeping watch over a troublesome faction, or acting as the first line of defense against a Legion invasion. Rangers are elite, akin to pre-war special forces, and are often sent on dangerous operations behind enemy lines. After 20 years of dedicated service, a Ranger will earn the designation of Veteran, allowing them to don the iconic black armor and Ranger Sequoia. Veteran Rangers are the best of the best and are chosen for the most dangerous missions, including assassinations of highly lethal targets. Their prowess is so great that even President Kimball chose them to protect him over the NCR's own powered armor units. The Legion also utilize a wide variety of specialized roles, with the most notorious among them being the Frumentarii. This unit acts as the Legion's eyes and ears, and they are everywhere. The Frumentarii are handpicked by Caesar and are heavily trained in espionage for infiltration missions. Disguised as caravanners, soldiers, and more, the Frumentarii's goal is not only collecting valuable intel for Caesar, but also to disrupt and destabilize the enemies of the Legion, a task that is handled with extreme efficiency. It is among the rank of the Frumentarii that one typically is chosen for assassination missions, such in the case of dispatching President Kimball. That said, if a target is dangerous enough, a squad may be hand-selected to carry out the mission instead. These hit squads will typically include Centurions, Vexillarius, and Praetorians. The Praetorian is another special role within the Legion. Praetorians are brutal, merciless conquerors, handpicked by Caesar to join his personal guard. One must have earned the right to be a Centurion before they qualify for selection, and in order to pass the selection process, they must fight a current Praetorian to the death with their bare hands. Due to their specialization in hand-to-hand combat and their elite skill, Praetorians are often found guarding important figures within the Legion, such as Legatus Lanius and Caesar himself, with the odd occurrence that one is selected for an assassination mission. The tactics of the two factions vary wildly in their scope, purpose, and execution. In the field, the NCRA prioritizes the fortification of large forts and compounds from which to conduct operations in the surrounding area. By utilizing communication with the Ranger outposts dotted around the Mojave, the Army aims to grasp real-time movements occurring in the region. Against an enemy like the Legion, accurate intel is absolutely vital, and distance between the trooper and the oncoming Legion forces is crucial. Most NCR encampments accomplish this by erecting towers and snipers' nests in order to detect and engage any enemies as they approach a compound, allowing for the troopers to mobilize by the time an assault force arrives. The NCR's strength lies in their mass-scale assault capabilities, as can be seen with the raid on Helios 1 that decimated the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. The more hands they have on deck, the greater their chances for success. The Legion, on the other hand, has several additional tactics that they utilize. The Legion's primary combat strategy involves overwhelming their enemies with numbers and brutality, either scaring their enemies into freezing, fleeing, or surrendering. They also primarily rely on raids to weaken their enemy and their resolve prior to launching a full-scale combat operation. Due to the nature of this style of combat, many Legion encampments are minimalist and nomadic, lacking permanent walls or gates, and are comprised mostly of tents, sleeping bags, and whatever buildings were there when they arrived. While the Legion is an immensely strong combat force, they also excel in subversive tactics, whittling down their opponents little by little until they break from within. With a vast network of spies and counterintelligence agents, the Legion is easily able to infiltrate groups, sabotage them, or convince them to join their cause. A clear example can be noted with Captain Curtis, a Frumentarius who gained a high position within the NCR Military and actively sabotages their operations by providing the Legion with classified intel. Or with Carl, a Frumentarius emissary who convinced the Great Khans to ally with the Legion for the upcoming Battle of Hoover Dam. The Legion also deploys shady combat tactics. such in the case of using young ones to lure the enemy into dropping their guard before getting blown back by explosives, positioning mines under injured troopers to draw their comrades into an equally terrible fate, decimating ranger outposts and towns in a brutalist fashion deep within enemy territory, frightening and demoralizing the opposing side. As the conflict drags on, this campaign of terror takes its toll on the soldiers involved, leading to an increased need for medical practitioners. The NCR employs field doctors at their camps to treat the wounded. These doctors use modern medical tools, medicines, practices, and procedures in order to save the lives of those serving. In some cases, such as the refugee camp at Bitter Springs, NCR doctors may even assist with treating psychological conditions in their patients, like post-traumatic stress disorder. The Legion also employs doctors, however, they aren't medical doctors in the traditional sense like you see with the NCR or with the followers of the Apocalypse. These doctors are more accurately described as herbalists. While largely ignorant of modern medicinal practices, the Legion does have extensive knowledge of tribal remedies that provide benefits equal to, if not surpassing that of pre-war chems. Hydra can cure broken limbs, bitter drink will cure minor injuries in a short period of time, and healing poultice will do both efficiently and quickly. When a legionary has gained Caesar's favor, he may even allow them to be treated with his autodoc, a powerful gift in a society that shuns modern medical practices. In order to provide these remedies to those in need, each faction will have to get the materials to the front lines via supply chains. Each faction is supplied from their respective nations, with the NCRs coming from California and the Legions coming from Arizona. After the Battle of Willow Beach and Arizona Spillway, where the Legion pushed the NCR west of the Colorado, the Legion has maintained a stable, uninterrupted supply route to the fort through this conflict. The same can't be said for the NCR. Due to the unforeseen destruction at the Divide, one of the two supply lines into the Mojave from California were completely cut off, forcing the NCR to push all of their supplies through the Long 15. And with all the wasteland horrors actively preying on this stretch of road, not to mention the Legion raids on supply caravans, several supply interruptions have occurred, leading to minicamps going without food, water, ammunition, medicine, and reinforcements. While the New California Republic boasts divisions of mechanized units that could easily navigate this supply issue, they are scantily utilized due to several factors. A large one for the mechanized cavalry and supply division is a lack of parts, mainly tires and other degradable necessities. This greatly limits their ability to expand the division and ensures that each and every truck is highly valuable as they are near irreplaceable. This is also why the NCR doesn't utilize their air force outside of special operations. Not only is their supply of vertibirds extremely limited, but due to an inability to produce these aircrafts on a significant scale, the value of every vertibird is too high to warrant the risk of one being shot out of the air. This is likely why they are being held in reserve at the Long 15. Both factions also utilize artillery cannons at the final battle of Hoover Dam. Due to their limited use and lack of specific unit to operate them, it may be that these are also an extremely rare and hard to reproduce weapon. In fact, Legion forces aren't even able to use their respective cannon unless they locate a replacement firing mechanism for it, the only known one to exist in the Mojave having been locked tightly within the walls of Nellis Air Force Base. Behind a tribe of recluses with missile launchers, a 12-foot tall fence with a locked gate, and an endless artillery bombardment. Needless to say, the firing mechanism will not be able to be obtained without a significant effort. The Legion does not utilize vehicles at all. It's often assumed that this is because the Legion is anti-technology, but that is not the case. We can see through the Legion's use of artillery and attempted purchase of energy weapons from the Van Graffs that they are not averse to technology in this sense. Caesar values the human sacrifice as a moral virtue, and as such doesn't want his soldiers to be replaced with robots, even if it means he will win a conflict. To Caesar, it's not a true victory unless it's achieved through blood. It may be that there are not as many salvageable vehicles in the Southwest as there are on the West Coast, or it may be that Caesar doesn't feel like he needs them, opting instead to have his soldiers force march in order to sharpen their resolve. A common point of contention has always been centered around the amount of soldiers each faction has in the Mojave at the time of the conflict, with many arguing that the NCR has a tiny fraction of their military in the Mojave campaign and that the Legion has all of their forces actively in the region, further leading them to believe that if the NCR deployed their full military, they would crush the Legion. Or even if the Legion does win the battle for the dam, they wouldn't be able to invade the NCR due to the majority of the NCR army existing in the Republic's core territory. While a hopeful sentiment, we can see that this estimate is hopelessly misplaced. Prior to the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the NCR had its veteran rangers pulled back on assignment, and their heavy troopers protecting the lands of the Brahmin barons that lined their pockets. But they aren't the only ones who are off the front lines. Before the Second Battle, the Legion veterans had not even arrived in the region from the east yet. Following behind them was Legatus Lanius, who had his own army that he brought with him. Considering the NCR has to conscript as heavily as they are showcases that they are in desperate need for manpower, and implies that a sizable chunk of their force is tied up in the Mojave campaign, as it would only take a tiny fraction of an entire army to maintain peace along the NCR's borders, with the core territory kept peaceful by their civilian police force. In addition to this, there aren't any other wars that the NCR are actively engaged in, with the exception of the final embers of their war with the Brotherhood of Steel. A war, mind you, that occurred over the course of decades prior to encountering Caesar's Legion, and dealt a massive blow to the NCR's economy, population, and military power. Furthermore, since the president himself is so heavily invested into this admittedly unpopular campaign, it lends even more credence to the NCR pulling the majority of their forces for this conflict. Kimball can't afford to lose this war, lest he lose his next election. Regardless of how many troops are in the region prior to the Second Battle for Hoover Dam, it's clear that the militaries on both sides commit all available forces to fight, with the NCR pulling both their heavy troops and veteran rangers into the conflict, and the Legion committing enough forces that Linnaeus is worried about instability arising in the east due to manpower pulled for this campaign. Should we estimate, the NCR has 2 colonels and a single general in the Mojave. A colonel typically oversees up to 5,000 soldiers each, with a 4-star general commanding all troops and operations that fall within their geographical area, leading to a combined infantry force of 10,000 by the events of the Second Battle of Hoover Dam. As for the Legion, legates historically command a legion of 5,000 men, in addition to their servants. With a single legate at the battle and at least 1 legion under Caesar's command at the fort, it's safe to assume that the militaries on both sides have near equal combat numbers of 10,000 infantry each, not including the Legion's Great Khan auxiliaries and the NCR's Rangers. During the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the NCR commits one of their brigades to the defense of the dam, while the other defends their positions in the Mojave, positions which come under attack from Legion forces and allies alike, such as the Fiends who attack Camp McCarran and the Omertas who attack the Strip. It's likely Caesar keeps several reserves at the fort as well in order to reinforce the dam, while the NCR reserves would be kept within the dam as part of General Oliver's defensive strategy, allowing troopers to reinforce their positions throughout the power plant. When the smoke clears, there can only be one victor, and depending on your actions, Courier, will depend on which direction the scales will tip, deciding once and for all which banner will shadow the Mojave for decades to come.
In the west, a tattered monument stands atop a ruined hillside amidst the rocky cliffs and sandy winds of the wasteland. This monument, a testament to the strength of survivors, looms over the ruins. The road below, a vital junction connecting east and west through the scorching heat of the desert. A memory, bearing a promise from its forebears. In the year 2271, a faction of desert-dwelling survivalists signed a unification treaty with the new California Republic. A treaty, if upheld, would ensure the safety and protection of the Mojave wasteland from the ever-growing threat of Caesar's mighty legion. In return, the faction would be absorbed into the NCR, their skills repurposed, merged in with the NCR's elite. Their iconic armor, now a symbol for strength, courage, and unity to those under the flag of the Bear. This is the tale of the Desert Rangers of Nevada. Now, dear legionaries, welcome to the Wasteland. In the year 2077, the world's largest superpowers engaged in a contest of ego, and in the span of 2 hours, civilization as we know it was reset to zero. Amidst the aftermath, communities of survivors began to spring up across the wastes, and while many died and many thrived, none were more suited to this new world than the Desert Rangers. Originating out of the ruins of Nevada, the Desert Rangers are a paramilitary group of vigilantes whose sole purpose for existing is to protect communities who can't protect themselves, as well as to share their survival knowledge to help these communities thrive. This group of survivalists made it their personal crusade to create a better wasteland, day by day, little by little. The moniker, the mission, the training, all inspired by the mission of the pre-war Texas Rangers. To uphold their namesake, they prioritize the acquisition and development of their combat and survival prowess. To this end, the Desert Rangers forged themselves into a deadly and efficient organization. Through the years, the Desert Rangers sculpted their vision of a safer wasteland, protecting communities of the innocent and the struggling from the menacing harassment of raiders, mutated creatures, and violent tribals. In one such community, in the Badlands of Nevada, a little boy by the name of Tycho was brought into this twisted, mutated world. Tycho grew up in a survivalist community under the tutelage of his grandfather, an old Texas Ranger since before the Great War. From an early age, Tycho learned 2 generations worth of survival knowledge, from locating safe water sources to identifying radioactive hotspots and navigating the harsh environments of post-apocalyptic cities and wastelands. In his training, he was also instructed in a myriad of combat-related disciplines, becoming equally skilled in firearms as he was in melee weaponry and hand-to-hand combat. The Desert Rangers soon took notice and accepted Tycho into their ranks, where he would use his advanced skill set to help settlements in any way he could, like the Texas Rangers of old. At the time, the Desert Rangers were operating exclusively in Nevada. As their organization grew in the decades following the Great War, Rangers with exceptional skill and experience would be chosen to act as long-distance scouts for the organization. One such Ranger was Tycho, whose exceptional skills had only progressed with experience. As a scout, Tycho gained a love for exploration, eventually broadening his scope to surrounding states. It's said that he was the first Ranger in Arizona, and walked far enough east that he witnessed the Great Gulf at the heart of Texas. On the road west, he walked beyond his home into the land of California, where he was instrumental in stopping the mutant threat at the Great Boneyard. Tycho was exceptional in character and skill for his time, and set the bar to which all future Desert Rangers would strive to meet. In the centuries since the bombs fell, the Rangers have expanded from Nevada to Utah and Arizona, their swift methods of justice reaching even the darkest corners of the wasteland. But every force has its equal, its opposite, and soon the Desert Rangers would meet their match. In the eastern wastes of Arizona, the Desert Rangers encountered an overwhelmingly powerful force, brutal in their tactics and merciless on the battlefield. The Rangers pushed to engage them, hoping to keep this monster at bay and away from their communities. But the effort was futile, and the bull fell on them like a hammer. Despite the Rangers' superior training and equipment, they lacked the numbers for a long and drawn-out war with such a massive and formidable foe. Battle after battle, their numbers dwindled, and the gap between the two powers grew too large to continue. Defeated, the Desert Rangers pulled out of Arizona, surrendering their territory to the Legion. The road back to Nevada was long and filled with heartache. With each step they put behind them, the reality of their situation grew ever more present. A monster lives on the other side of that river, and sooner or later, that monster will set their gaze west, bringing fire upon their homes and their families. But all was not lost yet, for even further west was a beacon of hope, an old ally, the new California Republic. Soon after their defeat in Arizona, the Desert Rangers would meet with the NCR and plead for help in protecting the Nevada wastes from the onslaught of Caesar's Legion. The NCR would accept these terms, under the condition that the Desert Rangers of Nevada be absorbed into the new California Republic Rangers. The Desert Rangers agreed, and once the terms were accepted, the Ranger Unification Treaty was signed, and a monument to their unity was erected in honor of the occasion. In the following years, the NCR would meet Caesar's Legion in a head-to-head battle atop Hoover Dam, repelling them from Nevada for the time being. The Desert Rangers, having been completely absorbed by the NCR, would cease to exist, leaving behind only remnants of a legacy. But rumor has it that Desert Rangers still exist out there amidst the sandstorms of the wastes, helping better humanity, if only by a little bit. One day at a time. Thank you so much for watching. I had a lot of fun putting together this quick lore video for you. It's a bummer how underutilized the Desert Rangers were in the story of Fallout New Vegas, especially given how long they would have been operating in the area. One would expect to at least find some remnants of their legacy. Perhaps if a future game is ever set in this half of the country, we can get a little more insight into the legacy of the Desert Rangers. But until then, the Mojave provides no shortage of mysteries to uncover. If you haven't already, please consider liking the video, sharing with your friends, and subscribing to the channel. And until we meet next, Wale, Amicus.
There is a story told about two travelers, one from the east and one from the west, about a place called Navarro and a mystery laying to rest, about a man who crossed the ruins of the old world and a little robot who was destined to meet him. This is the story of Eddie, the biggest little robot in the wastes. Before Mars bathed the world in atomic fire, the people of pre-war America invented technology to ease life's hardships. In their decadence, they grew diffuse, squandering their time on trivial matters. To bring these comforts with them, Robco constructed the iBot model robots. Their advanced antenna arrays could receive and transmit data even in subterranean areas and far from repeater towers. This on-the-go entertainment was perfect for the busy American family, who was always on the move. Their facial and auditory recognition technology had also made them useful for the pre-war government in order to monitor large population centers and keep extensive tabs on their citizens. Following the Great War, these old-world automatons remained a common sight across America, broadcasting old radio messages, guarding old pre-war installations, and even finding use by some of the savvier scavengers for more creative purposes. In the Capital Wasteland, the Enclave repurposed the iBot for reconnaissance missions, sentry duty, and messengers, spreading their propaganda of a new America deep into the four corners of this desolate world. Before he fled into the Divide, the Frumentati, known as Ulysses, found one such iBot, damaged and weathered from a long journey. He had seen this technology once, just before he nearly met his end in the Divide. The iBot Duraframe prototype, now called ED-E, is a mysterious creation. His patchwork repairs and modifications would seem to suggest he crawled out of the junkyard in Novak, but underneath his rusted metal shell resides a soul, a personality, and a quest for meaning in a crumbling world. Eddie was created in 2275 at Adams Air Force Base in the Capital Wasteland. An Enclave scientist by the name of Dr. Whitley was tasked with developing a model of iBot that could assist Enclave ground units in combat. These iBots would also act as reconnaissance units, radioing intel to squads out in the field. It was intended for the Duraframe iBots to become an integral member of Enclave forces, and their upgrades would reflect this, complete with an additional dish-directed sensor, armor plating to protect their side-mounted vacuum tubes, and a front-mounted miniaturized Tesla cannon for improved offensive capabilities compared to that of the standard laser cannon. The Duraframe prototypes were a force to be reckoned with, but it doesn't stop there. They can also hack terminals up to military-level encryption, allowing Enclave units to gather needed intel and use whatever automated pre-war systems they might find in the field. These modifications would act as a significant combat multiplier for Enclave units at a time when their numbers were dwindling, following their wars with the NCR and Brotherhood. The Enclave had made extensive use of the iBots to wage a propaganda campaign in the Capital Wasteland, but this iBot would be different. Something more. Before long, Whitley had began socializing with Eddie, the latter saving recordings of their conversations in his memory files, and the two of them began to share a bond. After work, Whitley and Eddie would sit and watch old pre-war entertainment together, especially Ralphie, the robot's incredible Odyssey, a show about a robot trying to evade capture by the evil General Winters with the help of a small boy and his family. In 2277, the Enclave was under increasing pressure from the East Coast Brotherhood of Steel. They were, once again, at war. this time over Project Purity in the Capital Wasteland, and while they held an edge technologically over the Brotherhood, their losses were mounting. Elder Lyons and his chapter were dug in deep, and they were recruiting locals to serve in their ranks with each passing day. The Enclave needed a decisive advantage, or risked defeat via attrition. Until now, Whitley had been deactivating Eddie during testing to prevent damage to his systems or any undue discomfort out of a sense of compassion for his robotic friend. Whitley's fellow researchers didn't understand why Whitley took such measures for the sake of a robot, including Dr. Grant, Whitley's rival on the iBot project, who argued progress could move faster if they conducted tests on the iBots while they were fully functional. Whitley was disgusted by the barbarity of Grant's suggestion and told her that as long as he was in charge, the iBots would be treated humanely. After Dr. Grant raised the issue with Colonel Autumn, however, Autumn had given the order that all tests were to be carried out with Eddie fully functional, causing him great pain and enraging Dr. Whitley. While this led to an efficiency gain, Whitley could not live with Eddie's continued torture, and not long after, Enclave leadership decided to cancel the entire Duraframe project altogether, and to have the iBots scrapped to focus all available resources on their new Hellfire Power Armor project. Whitley couldn't bear to see Eddie destroyed, so he came up with a plan to save him. He uploaded his research and a large deposit of information on Poseidon Energy and gave Eddie instructions to seek out fellow scientists at the Navarro outpost. Unbeknownst to Whitley, Navarro fell to NCR forces in 2246, a mere 2 years after the Enclave fled east from the Poseidon oil rig destruction. But the NCR were still occupying the facility and in the process of decrypting the Enclave's data held there. After discovering a mysterious device with markings matching the ones they had seen in Hopeville back east, the Republic contracted a courier to deliver it to the NCR garrison there, in hopes of learning what it was, and what the Enclave had been up to in Navarro. With this unfortunate sequence of events in motion, Eddie set out to find his destiny just like Ralphie, and the Divide met its ultimate fate. The little robot was able to make his way as far as Chicago to a hidden Enclave outpost. There he met Tommy, a small boy who was also a fan of the Ralphie show. His father agreed to let Tommy take him back to his mother's garage. His journey had been long, and Tommy's family treated Eddie well, repairing some of the damage he had sustained on his travels with a bit of scrap they had available. After a brief time, Eddie said goodbye to Tommy and his family and continued his quest. Though his journey was long and perilous, he eventually reached the Mojave. However, in an unfortunate turn of events, he was shot down by a random raider with a .308 rifle somewhere in the wastes of Nevada. Lying there smoking and damaged, the little robot was not long for this world, but in a stroke of luck, a friendly wastelander came to his aid. Ulysses, the once frumentati, recognized the little robot and soon carried him into the Divide. Upon his arrival, the pre-war systems immediately recognized Eddie's programming and reactivated, leading to the facility producing copies of the iBot en masse. These copies would allow for Ulysses to lay his plans for both the NCR and the Legion, the loss of Hopeville and Ashton still scarred in his mind. Ulysses had become obsessed with finding the courier who had delivered the package that destroyed the Divide, and as bait to find him, Ulysses had brought Eddie to Prim, and waited the coming of a messenger. It wouldn't be long until the courier, on his way to find the man who shot him in the head, found and repaired Eddie. The iBot awoke with no recollection of his intended purpose, almost as if the sniper's bullet had caused a type of amnesia inside Eddie's circuits. The courier and the iBot would travel together through Nipton to the town of Novak. There, Eddie had heard the courier's conversation regarding Helios 1 and Poseidon Energy, jogging his memory banks and reminding him of his original purpose. Once enough of his original memories had returned, Eddie was sought out by both the Brotherhood of Steel and followers of the Apocalypse. The wealth of technical data stored on Eddie's hard drive would prove invaluable to either group. In turn, they would have the facilities to finish some of the modifications that Dr. Whitley had planned for Eddie. It is unclear what befell Unit ED-E in the end. Some say he met a swift end in the wastes and was picked over by scavengers, and others have claimed to see him operating with the Brahmin caravans heading west. But some say Eddie never left the courier's side, that the two of them, shot in the head in the Mojave and left for dead, formed a friendship from their shared trials that even now stands the test of time. Rumor has come down from travelers making their way past the Divide that they hear echoes of music coming from the canyons, a sure sign that the courier and Eddie both are on their way to a date
with destiny. The New California Republic is a massive, state-spanning, post-apocalyptic nation formed in the wastelands of the American Southwest. The faction began as a humble settlement just north of the ruins of the Great Boneyard. It's in this bud of life that the New California Republic, as we know it, takes its first steps. The settlement of Shady Sands was founded by a group of vault dwellers from the nearby Vault 15, using a GECK, also known as the Garden of Eden creation kit. This allowed Shady Sands to generate and utilize vital resources needed to survive in the inhospitable wasteland. Although it wasn't just this boost in water and agriculture that led the settlement to success, they benefited from another extremely valuable resource: philosophy. In the early days, the settlement of Shady Sands followed the Gospel of Dharma, a religious figure from Vault 15 who assisted in settling the town. Much like the religion that his name is derived from, Dharma preached the values of honesty, generosity, and patience, all of which are ideals that are sewn into the fundamental fabric of Shady Sands and exemplified through its leader, Aradesh. Aradesh is a direct descendant of the Vault dwellers that had founded the town, and as a younger man had lived in the Vault himself. During the events that followed their settlement, he stood out amongst his peers for his leadership, and sometime between the years of 2142 and 2161 had ascended to the leader of the community. It was with Aradesh that the seed which would grow into the New California Republic was planted. By the year 2161, Shady Sands was riddled with headaches, from increasingly aggressive rad scorpion attacks to hostile raids from wastelanders. The town's future was looking bleak. However, Aradesh did not falter. He began to establish policies of isolation and internal development in hopes of creating a self-sufficient community to better repel these raider attacks. The raiders, known to us as Khans, did not take kindly to Aradesh's defiance, however, and while his back was turned, abducted his young daughter. Devastated, Aradesh sought the help of an outsider who had recently returned from eradicating the rad scorpions that had plagued this wasteland paradise. This outsider is known to us as the Vault Dweller from Vault 13. The Vault Dweller accepted the task, and while the details of how things transpired vary from account to account, he managed to free Tandy from the merciless grip of the Khans.
Many sticks can be broken. A bundle cannot.
The proverbs of Dharma reverberated through the mind of Aradesh as he observes the growing commerce and prosperity between Shady Sands and its surrounding communities. In the years that follow, Aradesh proposes the formation of a new nation, hearkening back to the proverb of strength through unity. This proposal proves extremely popular with the people of the wasteland, propelling Aradesh's idea into reality. In the year 2186, Shady Sands formed a governmental council in order to draft a constitution for this new nation. Several years of deliberation and diplomacy ensued, and in 2189, the New California Republic, consisting of 5 separate Federation states, was voted into existence. At this time, Aradesh was voted in to become the NCR's first president. He served as president for 7 years while actively working to unify Southern California, as well as to protect and stabilize the region. His work continued until 2196, where he mysteriously disappeared whilst on an expedition in search of the fabled Vault 13, the home of a long-lost ally. While the NCR had launched search and rescue efforts into the wasteland, it would prove to be fruitless. Aradesh was never recovered, and once the NCR accepted his fate, he was declared dead, and a new president rose to power. Aradesh's beloved daughter Tandy was unanimously voted into presidency in 2196. This may come as a shock to some, but to the Wastelanders, it was an obvious decision. Tandy acted as the driving force which propelled Shady Sands into power during her father's time as the community's leader. She had helped Aradesh build the NCR, brick by brick, since the early days, following her rescue from the Khans by the Vault Dweller. She assisted Aradesh in expanding Shady Sands through diplomacy and commerce. She established trade lines between Junktown and the Hub, and even took part in dominating the Brahmin trade.
To the Wastelanders, if anyone could lead this new nation into prosperity, it was Tandy. Tandy served as president of the NCR for a staggering 10 full terms up until her death at the age of 103. This ended the longest presidency in NCR history, having lasted 52 total years. Tandy's administration encouraged the growth of this new government from the 5 Federation states of Shady Sands, the Boneyard, the Hub, Dayglow, and Maxon into the new California Republic as we know them today. Her policies largely focused on peaceful expansion through diplomacy, the rebuilding of pre-war infrastructure, clearing roadways and rail lines, developing and manufacturing transportation, fostering trade relations within and outside of NCR territory, building fortifications at strategic centers, and dealing with any threats to the nation swiftly and with force if necessary. As the NCR began to spread, it encountered opposition to its north, with the metropolis of Vault City and its idealistic opposite in New Reno both refusing to join the Republic. While both of these factions were juggernauts in the northern expansion, Tandy wasn't terribly concerned about them at the time. Rather, the more pressing matter was involving the town of Redding. Redding controls and operates a gold mine, a resource that the NCR values highly as they use it to back their new paper currency. Vault City and the families that control Reno also have their eyes trained on controlling this mine, as he who controls the currency controls the wasteland. The NCR opted for a diplomatic approach to winning over the town, as a military occupation would be too costly due to Redding's distance from the main NCR territory. However, this is interrupted by the Mordino family, as they begin to ship Jet, a new Kim, into the city to force the miners of Redding to rely on them, thus winning them over to the side of New Reno. Vault City also sought to ally with Redding, but instead of getting the miners hooked on Kims, they opted for a more aggressive approach, and hired a group of mercenaries to force the town into an alliance. The Triumvirate, each with swords drawn, each laying claim to a line in the sand while drought and food shortages wilted the valleys around them. That was until an unlikely ally tipped the scales of balance in favor of the new California Republic, thus vindicating Tandy's political philosophy up to this point. In 2241, the NCR came into conflict with a group of raiders occupying Vault 15, which had previously belonged to the NCR and contained computer parts that they desired. These raiders, known as the New Khans, moved into Vault 15 after the NCR's last salvage mission there. Tandy was quite familiar with these raiders, as their predecessors had been the same Khans that had kidnapped her in her youth. However, she was unaware that they were occupying the vault at this time. The surface area around the vault was occupied by Wastelanders, who didn't know that the Khans were raiders, but instead were under the impression that the Khans were repairing the vault so that it could be inhabited by both groups. Due to this, the squatters refused to vacate the area when the NCR attempted to retrieve the computer parts, and the existence of the Khans went unnoticed by the new California Republic. It was during this conflict that a tribal from a village called Arroyo to the north arrived at the NCR capital, formerly known as Shady Sands. Tandy recruited this tribal, known to us as the Chosen One, to retrieve the computer parts from the vault. While many accounts of the following events are contradictory, we know for certain that the Chosen One succeeded in retrieving the computer parts, as well as brokering a peace deal between the squatters and the NCR. This peace deal revealed the existence of the new Khan raiders of the NCR. In exchange for food, shelter, and education for the squatters, the Republic would take military action against the Khans and put their reign of terror on local caravans to an end. This deal vindicated Tandy's belief that peaceful and diplomatic expansion was a worthwhile tactic in the increasingly hostile northern expansion. Vault 15 now acted as NCR's foothold in the area from which to operate, and the squatters became successful and productive members of the Republic's society. This moment would end up shaping the policies of Tandy's administration and the new California Republic for decades to come. In the end, the Chosen One would play a pivotal role in the expansion of the new California Republic, between brokering the deal at Vault 15 to securing Redding's alliance to the NCR, to eventually crippling the Enclave at the Poseidon oil rig, allowing the Republic to launch an offensive military operation against the Enclave Remnants at Navarro, defeating them, and securing weapons and vertibirds for the Republic. Not only this, but the NCR was able to forge an alliance with New Reno, and use them to bully Vault City into joining the Republic. With these juggernauts subjugated into states of the new California Republic, and many smaller settlements joining the fold in the following years, the NCR cemented a firm foothold in the region, with all of California now unified under the banner of the Bear. The Tandy administration had pushed for this idea of peaceful expansion, implementing many rules and strategies along the way, such as diplomacy with hostile tribes and groups before military action, humane treatment of prisoners of war, and limiting the number of cattle and acreage a single person can own. Unfortunately, Tandy would not live forever, and in the year 2248, she passed away at the impressive age of 103, being succeeded by her vice president, Joanna Tibbet. Tibet's administration had lasted 5 years. She had served out the remainder of Tandy's term and was re-elected for a term of her own. Unfortunately for Tibbet, her presidency would end in disaster. In the year 2253, 38 of the NCR's citizens were massacred by raiders on the frontier of the Mojave wasteland. Tibbet hesitated to react to this massacre, and the Republic Congress and Senate reacted by removing her from office via a vote of no confidence. After more than 50 years of effective leadership, the citizens of the NCR had a clear idea of what they sought in a leader. And while peaceful expansion was the way of Tandy, the NCR would opt for more direct methods moving forward, as they valued peaceful negotiations in the face of violence less and less. After Tibbet was voted out of office, President Wendell Peterson took her place. This marked a shift in the political ideology of the new California Republic and set into motion a series of events that would lead the NCR from being a mostly peaceful federation of states to a plutocratic imperialist nation. President Peterson reacted swiftly to threats with military action, both inside and outside of the NCR's borders. Shortly after taking office, he deployed 3 battalions of NCR troops to occupy the Mojave wasteland, as well as ordering military action against the Brotherhood of Steel, starting the longest and bloodiest war that the NCR had ever seen up to this point. The Brotherhood War was the culmination of half a decade of skirmishes between the two factions over disagreements on how technology should be used. The Brotherhood, wary of the growing nation-state around them, imposed a reactionary policy with the goal to seize and control the access to advanced technologies in order to prevent the NCR from making the same mistakes the pre-war government had. The NCR under the Tandy administration had largely cooperated with the Brotherhood in order to maintain the peace. However, Peterson had no ambition of compromising the nation's power to anyone, let alone the Brotherhood of Steel. At the onset of war, the Brotherhood quickly gained the upper hand, achieving countless military victories against the NCR. Their advanced technologies, superior individual training, and advanced military tactics led to NCR losses so numerous it appeared that the outcome of the conflict was decided. However, the tide of war would soon turn in favor of the new California Republic. While the Brotherhood was formidable, they lacked a vital component to a long and drawn-out conflict: conscription. The Brotherhood society is very close-knit and usually relies on family members for replacements. This leads them to rarely, if ever, allowing outsiders to join their ranks. The NCR, on the other hand, did not suffer from this handicap, and every time they take losses, they are able to replenish their ranks before the next battle. With each skirmish, the Brotherhood takes casualties, and over time, this begins to greatly cripple the military strength of the faction. Eventually, their numbers dwindled to the point they were forced to retreat into their underground bunkers, forsaking above-ground strategic positions and allowing the NCR to regain ground and push back against them. And when the NCR pushed back, they pushed hard, destroying 6 chapter bunkers and forcing the Brotherhood to destroy 4 of their own to prevent the NCR from acquiring them. With the war in the West dying down, the NCR returned its focus to their expansion into the Mojave, where they soon came into conflict with the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. Skirmishes broke out between the two factions almost instantly, and after a couple years of fighting, the NCR decided that the Brotherhood was too big of a hindrance to their eastern expansion. It was time to retire the Mojave chapter forever. The NCR launched Operation Sunburst in hopes of eliminating the entire Brotherhood chapter in a single pitch battle. The Brotherhood was dug into the Helios 1 solar power plant, which wasn't easily defensible, allowing the Republic the upper hand. Furthermore, the NCR brought an extremely large force for this operation, between 15 and 20 to 1. Knowing from previous battles against the Brotherhood that if nothing else, they would win via attrition. It was a slaughter, and after the smoke had cleared, over half of the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel had been wiped out, including most of their experienced knights and paladins, with the remainder fleeing west through the mountains to safety. The Brotherhood War showed the citizens of the NCR that conflicts could be resolved quickly through military might, and with many citizens now military veterans, and others developing a strong sense of patriotism from the ongoing conflicts, they began voting for more imperialistic policies, idolizing generals instead of wise men, inching further and further away from the philosophies of Dharma instilled by Aradesh and expanded on by Tandy. The Brotherhood War had left the NCR in a vulnerable state. Not only had they lost countless lives due to the conflict, but they also lost their gold reserves due to Brotherhood raids. When this occurred, the citizens panicked and rushed to trade in their dollars for whatever gold was left. The Republic had trouble keeping track of this event, especially on the frontiers where communication was already difficult. Before they could get a hold on the situation, the value of the NCR dollar had dropped significantly. The Republic reacted by removing the gold standard and enacting a fiat currency in order to keep from total economic collapse. This worked to stabilize their economy inside their central territory, but crippled its worth on the frontier, as many wastelanders did not hold faith in a currency that wasn't being backed by anything other than a government's word. The Hub realized this issue early on and responded to the currency crisis by reenacting bottle caps as the primary currency on the frontier, backing them with water and helping to create a rate of exchange for NCR dollars to caps. This stabilized economic relations, if only for a while. President Peterson served a consecutive 4 terms in office, and by the year 2269 began eroding the laws that limited the number of Brahmin and acreage a person could own, leading to resource barons and creating a massive wealth divide between the heads of industry and the average citizen. And with the rise of industry came the rise of production and commodity. With this, we see the rebirth of wage labor amongst the citizens of the NCR. No longer was the culture of the new California Republic focused on the collective, but rather focused on their individualistic needs.
Many sticks can be broken. A bundle cannot.
In the year 2273, the NCR Council voted representative of the Hub, Aaron Kimball, into office, ousting the former President Peterson. Kimball had won favor with the people for his status as a retired general and decorated war hero, whose rise to prominence came from his campaigns against the tribes of the Sierra Nevada mountains, as well as the tribes around Bullhead City in the Mojave. His methods were direct, draconian, and effective, leading to further support from the increasingly imperialistic NCR public. After the election, he finished overturning the limits placed on Brahmin and agriculture, making the barons even wealthier, and immediately ordered the occupation of Hoover Dam, which at the time was already occupied by Mr. House and the 3 families. After brief negotiations, they established the New Vegas Treaty, which allowed the NCR to occupy Hoover Dam and send water back to New California in exchange for New Vegas's independence and the NCR's business. This maneuver was massively popular with the people of the NCR, and support for Kimball skyrocketed. However, his image would begin to degrade with a long and drawn-out war for the Mojave Wasteland. During the presidency of Peterson in the year 2271, a document known as the Ranger Unification Treaty was signed between the Desert Rangers of Nevada and the Rangers of the new California Republic. This treaty brought the Rangers of Nevada into the ranks of the NCR in exchange for protection of Hoover Dam and the rest of the Mojave against a national superpower moving into the Mojave wasteland from the east, Caesar's Legion. Skirmishes between the two superpowers broke out over the course of many years and culminated in a full-scale battle over the occupation of Hoover Dam, and the whole Mojave subsequently. The NCR was victorious in this conflict due to the strategic wit of Chief Hanlon, the commander of the NCR Rangers. However, the celebration was short-lived, and while the soldiers rejoiced over a victory against the Legion, the commander of the NCR's forces, General Oliver, fumed with jealousy. All the while, Caesar prepared on the other side of the river, sharpening his blades with his eyes trained west. It's here we begin to see the light peering from the cracks in the NCR. The Mojave campaign has been long, arduous, and uneconomic. The citizens of the NCR were told that the annexation would be quick. However, it's been anything but, and they are losing patience with the drain on resources and the countless lives that have been lost. Kimball only cares about results so long as he is re-elected, and as such, he overlooks a series of mistakes that could cost him everything. His first mistake involves his decision to send the elite veteran Rangers to Baja, chasing ghosts, so that the troopers can shine in the Mojave. The direct consequence of this action is now the people of the NCR directly associate this war in the Mojave with Kimball, meaning the longer they are fighting this war, the worse it is for him. This leads to his second and biggest mistake of all, the man who commands his army. Oliver is by no means a great general, and merely holds this rank and position in the Mojave campaign due to his close friendship with the president. While the Legion adapts its strategies to better combat the NCR, Oliver sticks to his guns, opting to amass troops at Hoover Dam to march against the Legion. A strategy not unfamiliar to those who fought in the Brotherhood War, and a strategy with the President Kimball seal of approval. Oliver is jealous that Hanlon got all the glory for the first battle of Hoover Dam, and because of this, refuses any strategic advice Hanlon offers him, often opting to do the exact opposite instead. He grossly underutilizes the Rangers, having most of them stationed at outposts to observe activity instead of using them to gain strategic footholds for the final battle of Hoover Dam. To further drive the nail in his coffin, he ignores the Legion's advances into the Mojave and refuses to properly reinforce strategic positions along or within his border. This leads to chaos in the Mojave due to a lack of manpower. As the Legion continues to massacre NCR outposts, Deathclaws and escaped convicts ravage the supply lines going east, and raiders manage to press the NCR encampments hard enough to inflict serious casualties. In stark opposition to the strategy enacted by Oliver, we have Ranger Chief Hanlon. He knows the Legion very well and understands just how tough and adaptable they truly are. He is acutely aware that Oliver's strategies will fail, and Caesar's Legion will not fall at the dam. After spending years in the Mojave, Hanlon came to the conclusion that holding the dam would do more harm to the NCR than good, and pulling out of the campaign is the only sane thing to do. And while Hanlon has the ear of Kimball, his counsel is less valued than some of the more militant officers in Kimball's cabinet. Hanlon sees the toll that the war that Caesar's Legion has left, not only on the troops, but on the citizens back home. Between that and Vegas bleeding the Republic dry of its wealth, his projections for the NCR's occupation look bleak. The dichotomy between Oliver and Hanlon is a sentiment that is echoed throughout the entire chain of command, with many block-headed, hawkish soldiers in support of Kimball and the Mojave campaign, while others see the forest for the trees and know that military might can only get a nation so far. This sentiment is again exemplified with Colonel Moore and Colonel Shue. Colonel Moore is a decorated officer in the NCR Military, having served 4 tours against the Brotherhood of Steel, as well as having served in the NCR Rangers. Imperialistic in nature, her tactics involve swift, direct action, and extermination of the enemy at all costs. In 2281, she is the acting commander of the NCR forces garrisoned at Hoover Dam. In contrast, Colonel Shu is a much more level-headed and calm leader, realizing the importance of diplomacy, as well as showing genuine care for the troops under him and the people of the Mojave. The leadership style between the two is clear and evident on how they go about resolving the political issues between the NCR and other local factions inhabiting the wasteland, with Shu offering to establish treaties and trade, and Moore opting for extermination, lest they oppose her in the future. While Colonel Shu is the acting commander of the NCR troops in the Mojave, this doesn't count for much due to his commands constantly being undermined by Oliver and Moore, who continue to pull troops from Shu's jurisdiction over to the dam for Oliver's grand strategy. This ultimately cripples Colonel Shu's ability to protect the Mojave territory and engage in effective diplomacy. Actions such as this tarnish the reputation of the entire NCR in the wasteland, as well as stacking the deck against them, leading up to the final battle of Hoover Dam. Without the help of the community around them, they have no hope of defeating Caesar's Legion, or incorporating Vegas as a new state into the Republic, and if Hanlon's projections prove true, they won't be able to hold the Mojave long term, even if the campaign itself is successful. And now we begin to see their fatal flaw. The mixture of overexpansion, cronyism, and imperialistic plutocracy are just symptoms of the underlying problem. The root issue is that the NCR is no longer acting for the betterment of the community. They are now merely acting for the enrichment of themselves. Greed has taken hold, as the leaders care only for making themselves wealthy and powerful. They become increasingly hostile and warlike with each new campaign, choosing their presidents based on martial prowess instead of policy. In a world where they no longer worry about survival, they succumb to selfishness, viewing themselves above all others as they discard diplomacy as weak and ineffective. This is the sickness referenced by Ulysses in The Divide. The NCR has become debased, corrupt, and lacking in virtue. Long have they forsaken the teachings of Dharma, Aradesh, and Tandy, who knew that their true strength came not from military might, but from community with their neighbors. And it's the new California Republic's arrogance that will be their downfall. For once they were a bundle, but now, well, now they are just mere sticks. 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 Sticks.
In the many years since its occupation, the Mojave Desert has seen no shortage of war. The blood of innocents, heroes, villains, and martyrs saturate the scorching sands. Countless lives have been lost in half-baked campaigns and foolhardy invasions. But not all horrors a soldier faces are found inside a uniform. No. For some, the horrors lurking in the shadows are much, much worse. This is the tale of Camp Guardian, an ill-conceived NCR outpost whose entire population suddenly and abruptly vanished. Now, my legionaries, welcome to the wasteland. To the wasteland. To the wasteland. To the wasteland. At the height of their war with the Legion, the NCR scrambled to reinforce their border along the Colorado River, fearing that the Legion would attempt to cross in force and catch them undefended. It was in this scramble that they discovered a prime location, just across Lake Mead, to the north of Hoover Dam. A single peak, reaching high above the lake, presenting a perfect vantage point of the valley below. From here, a squad of troopers would be able to observe the landscape and report if any Legion forces began crossing the lake north, completely bypassing the heavily fortified Camp Golf to the west. The NCR would immediately dispatch a survey team to Guardian Peak, led by a surveyor named Burke. The team would eagerly climb the peak upon arrival, noting the view of the Colorado from atop, and would deem its location strategically sound enough to move forward with military occupation. Burke and his team, however, failed to properly conduct a thorough survey, and because of this, Information that would be vital to the success of the encampment wasn't uncovered until it was too late. Shortly after the report from the survey team arrived, a single squad, led by Sergeant Banner, was dispatched to occupy Guardian Peak and establish an official camp. After 3 days of perilous marching in the desert heat and through the Cazador-infested canyons of the eastern Mojave, the squad had finally arrived. Although, what they found was far from what they expected.
Camp Guardian Daily Log. Sergeant Banner reporting. Day 3. This place is a mess. Most of the old hiking trails are buried in landslides, and the rest is so dusted you can't tell which direction you're supposed to go. I don't know what the hell the survey team was thinking when they said this was a strategically sound location. At least we were issued plenty of rations, and the river has plenty of fresh water. We could eat for months. Let's hope tomorrow brings some headway cleaning this place up. Day 5. We've managed to shovel most of the debris up to the first bridge. This thing looks like a wreck. Thankfully, there were a few wooden shacks around we can dismantle for scrap to rebuild. I just hope we don't run out of scrap before we finish the trail. Jackson said he heard some kind of howling the other night. It sounded like wind to me. Day 7. Okay, we're making good headway cleaning up the paths. With only the 12 of us, I'm amazed we've moved this much rock in such a short time. Kel and I made it to the top yesterday. The survey team was right. Guardian Peak has one hell of a view, but we still have a lot of work ahead of us. I sent a runner to Bravo to request a radio from McCarran. There isn't much point in having an Overwatch camp here if it takes us at least an hour to sprint to Bravo to report a Legion assault.
With the cleanup efforts well underway and the camp officially established, the soldiers were allowed a moment to breathe and even have some fun, as can be seen when observing the new and improved sign for Guardian Peak, showcasing a truly warm human moment amidst the coldness of this long and drawn-out conflict. This peace would not last, however, as the camp would soon face a series of supply issues. And if that wasn't bad enough, strange occurrences began cropping up, leaving some soldiers unsettled, and one in particular, increasingly unnerved.
Camp Guardian Daily Log. Sergeant Banner reporting. Day 8. More complaints of strange noises by Jackson. I'm starting to think he still has some unresolved issues after seeing his last squad wiped out by a Legion slaver squad to the south. I sent out a few men to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. I think we should keep Jackson away from the munitions until he calms down. Day 12. We managed to get the rest of the path cleared. Some pre-war fencing was mostly intact, and we were able to set it up as a makeshift barrier on the more dangerous cliffs. I hope none of these jarheads fall off. We found a few cave entrances as we were clearing rubble. They lead back to each other, with just a single collapsed path which appears to lead down into the mountain. The damn survey team didn't mention any caves. I hope we don't find any more little surprises. Day 13. It's been almost a week, and still no sign of a radio from McCarran. I'm sending a runner to Bravo to see if they can spare a handheld or any other radio gear until McCarran can get around to sending the gear I requested. I swear, those dumb bastards back at command expect us to use carrier pigeons or something. Day 14. It's been a week, and still no sign of a radio from McCarran. At least Bravo was nice enough to give us a handheld so we can relate to them in the meantime should Caesar try anything. Halford will get the radio set up if and when it finally arrives. For now, he's in charge of the handheld and daily reports to Bravo.
After 2 long and frustrating weeks, the squad of troopers had finally reached a settling point at the newly established Camp Guardian. With the radio in hand and tents over their heads, the mission to watch for signs of Legion advancement finally had a chance of success. In the coming days, however, events would slowly begin to take a turn for the worse.
Camp Guardian Daily Log. Sergeant Banner reporting. Day 15. The handheld is working well enough, and we finished building steps up the steeper sections of the path. We can finally move the rest of our gear to the top. Last night, Jackson came screaming into the tent, swearing up and down he saw shadows moving in the water. I know legionaries are known to be fast runners, but swimming across the river? I sent half the men in pairs to search the area, but again we came up empty-handed. I'm starting to think Jackson is unstable and may need counseling. I'll request a replacement when we get the radio from McCarran. Day 18. We finally got the radio from McCarran. I've set it up on the peak so anyone on Overwatch duty can quickly radio in if the Legion makes a move. I'd like to know which genius back at command decided to send a squad to this location, but didn't think to give us a radio so we could actually call in an attack. Probably another politician's son. Day 19. Okay, now I'm starting to hear noises. During my watch last night, I definitely heard splashes down in the water. I requested an additional survey from McCarran, but they blew it off his nerves. Fish don't make that much damn noise. I sent down half the squad with lamps, but they couldn't see anything. We can't find any other cave openings. Maybe I've caught a little crazy from Jackson. I wish we had some cat eye. Can't see shit at night. Day 20. More surprises. Collins came across a cave entrance right behind our damn tent. The survey team should have caught this if they'd done a thorough job. I have no idea if anything is in there, but we don't have the manpower to deal with any serious pests. I'm going to have some choice words for Burke the next time I see him. This isn't the first time that idiot skipped over details while surveying an area. I hope to God we're not sitting on some kind of nest. I'm going to send in Frakes and Collins to scout the caves tomorrow. If we have to, we'll use explosives to collapse the cave.
The rippling of tattered pages ride the harsh winds as they slice across the peak. The once vibrant NCR encampment, filled with hearty laughter and frustrated moans, now silent. Empty. The population of Camp Guardian completely vanishing into the night, with very few hints to their fate. Before disappearing, one of the troopers was able to send out a distress signal to Camp Bravo. A distress signal, much to his dismay, that Bravo would never receive.
Bravo, come in, Bravo. Is anyone out there? We were attacked by some kind of freak mutants from the caves. Please send backup. Goddamn leg. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna make it before I bleed out. Bravo, come in, Bravo. The camp was attacked. I think I'm the only one left alive. Guardian is down. I repeat, Guardian is down. Requesting backup from any nearby forces. Those beasts dragged the rest of the men away. Oh God, I hope they don't come back for me.
In the chaos of the attack, Private Halford managed to pull his knife and plunge it deep into the hideous monster that had abducted him. This saved his life, but at a heavy cost. He was beaten up from the struggle and could no longer walk as one of his legs had been completely dislocated. Halford managed to drag himself into a corner of the cave, hoping to stay out of sight of the others. Dejected and broken, there was no way he was escaping the tunnels in his current state. Deciding it would be best, he hunkered down in his corner to wait for reinforcements from Camp Bravo. Reinforcements that never came. Halford listened on to the wails of his fellow squad mates as they were dragged down deeper and deeper into the mountain. The walls carrying echoes of their torture, dismemberment, the sound of monsters feasting on the flesh of the men and women he served with, his friends, his family. In those moments, Private Halford cursed the incompetence of the NCR. If only the survey team looked closer, his squad might still be alive. Damn them, he swore. Damn them. If he ever gets out of this hellhole, he's never returning to service for the NCR. He told himself over and over as the walls of the cave continued their symphony. And just as Halford was at his lowest, a small light appeared before him, and behind it, a shadow, vaguely human in appearance. What could have been mistaken for the Reaper in his desperate state was something else entirely.
Relax, my friend. I'll take it from here. Ranger CSF, codename Wastelord. I've came across the remains of Camp Guardian after hearing their distress signal, and have done my best to record the history of what happened here by putting notes of Sergeant Banner into holotape recordings so that they can survive longer. After finding the cave Banner was talking about, I entered and discovered Private Halford, who was in need of medical assistance. After giving him the best help I could offer, I sent him on his way and dealt with the threat lurking in the caves. I knew there was something fishy down here. It turns out the cave was infested with lake lurks. I cleared the cave and collected the tags of the fallen soldiers. My only hope is that their loved ones find peace in knowing that they have been avenged.
I want to give a huge shout out to Wastelord Legends for helping me with this video and providing the narration for the camp log notes. He's a phenomenal content creator, so please go check out his pages and subscribe to show your support. Links will be in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, share with your friends, and subscribe to the channel so you can be part of our wonderful and growing community. Lastly, if you want to support the channel further, leave me a super chat, become a channel member, or pick up a unique piece of merchandise from the Neo Cypher store. You can also share pictures of you and your new merch with me on Instagram. I'd love to see them. Thanks again for watching, and until we meet next, Wale Amicus.
It's said that great men aren't born, they are forged. The ultimate weapon tempered in the flames of conflict, honed to perfection. Sharp, efficient, deadly. And for one man, that fire burned just a little bit hotter, forging him into one of the deadliest men the wasteland has ever seen, forging him into a legend. This is the tale of the Commonwealth's most dangerous mercenary. Now, dear legionaries, welcome to the wasteland. Many years ago, in a land to the far west, a little boy was born amidst the haunting glow of the wasteland. Having the fortune of an upbringing in a settlement, he was raised in relative safety from the threats that plagued the wastes from outside his town's walls. But the dangers that lurk outside are not the only dangers a young man needs to be wary of. Sadly, the dangers that plagued this young man came from those he loved most, those he depended on. Growing up, the domestic environment he found himself in was tumultuous at the best of times. Seemingly an only child, it was his parents' actions at the root of this chaos. It's unclear how they behaved when he was born, whether they were peaceful and loving, having simply been driven to this in their later life, or if they were always the way he remembers them: aggressive, cynical, cold. In any case, his parents would come to play a pivotal role in shaping the man we see before us today. Conrad's family was largely dependent on his father to provide for them, but his father wasn't very consistent or successful at doing so, leading the family to a life of impoverishment. While they had some basics covered, a roof, clothes, radio, and magazines, they lacked some crucial elements to their Maslow's hierarchy. Elements like stability, safety, and sense of connection. Conrad's father was an alcoholic, and a severe one at that. Not only this, he was a frequent aggressor, choosing to take it out on those he should have been protecting, the defenseless whose entire lives depended on him. His family found themselves at war with the very man who was supposed to be keeping them safe. Conrad had learned from an early age that he would need to become self-sufficient if he wanted to survive in this world, a belief that was imposed by his mother, but not without warrant, as they lived with the perfect example of why. An example that the young man would be reminded of every day, the very second he opened his eyes. While the memories of his mother are vague and painful, He does recall her loving nature, her cynicism, her wisdom, and most of all, her willingness to protect him from his father, even if it meant taking a few extra licks in doing so. She taught him from an early age that the only things he can count on in this world were himself and his gun. And to this day, he still carries around the .44 Magnum she gifted to him as a young boy. Perhaps purely due to its usefulness, or perhaps for the sake of memento. It's a known fact in psychology that children mirror the environment they grow up in, taking on traits of their parents, siblings, and surroundings, forming their unique sense of morality based on the example provided by those around them, especially those in positions of esteem. These environments play a massive factor in forming the adult they eventually become. The events of Conrad's upbringing left him guilt-ridden and traumatized, the guilt eventually leading him to running away from home, humiliated at the fact that he couldn't protect his mother from his alcoholic father. He covered up this trauma with the excuse that he simply wanted a better life for himself. A better life was not in his cards, however. Once out on his own, Conrad was easily able to adjust to the brutality of the wasteland, quickly finding work amongst the criminal underground and raider gangs that occupied the young NCR. Conrad's philosophy of independence inherited from his mother was only strengthened by his time with the dregs of the wasteland, the harsh lifestyle serving to toughen the man even further. But he wasn't quite the calculated mercenary we came to know yet, and often acted impulsively and recklessly. As he aged, however, he managed to develop a skill that not only helped him to survive in this dangerous world, but also allowed him to stand out amongst his peers. More than a ruthless savage, Conrad became an efficient and calculated mercenary, finding great success in completing highly dangerous contracts for high amounts of profit. Over the years, Conrad continued to hone this skill, gaining further renown in the seedy underbelly of society, with his reputation hitting its peak after he assassinated a man named Valdez. Perhaps this man was a highly guarded political figure, or perhaps he was another skilled mercenary competing with Conrad for contracts. Unfortunately, all we know is that the assassination of this man made Conrad famous, and his newly found fame soon paid off when he was contracted to work for the Shi as an enforcer, a contract to which he gladly accepted. The Shi are a massive faction that control the entirety of the San Francisco area. Because of this, they were able to pay well for consistent work that didn't incur the same amount of danger that Conrad had grown accustomed to when he was running with the raider gangs. At long last, after years of toil, Conrad had finally found the better life he was searching for. While his thoughts still lingered with the family he left behind, they would soon be replaced by the family he was about to start. On a night out in the hub, Conrad met a young woman by the name of Sarah, who he quickly became infatuated with. The feeling having been reciprocated led the two to pursuing a relationship, which blossomed to an eventual marriage. Afterwards, Sarah would move with Conrad to San Francisco, leaving behind her life in the hub to start anew with her husband. It wasn't long before Conrad and Sarah conceived a baby of their own, a little girl named Mary. And for a while, life was nice. Not perfect by any means, as Conrad still struggled with the trauma of his own upbringing. But he was determined to be better than his father and give his family the love and stability he never had. And he did well, for the most part. But all good things eventually come to an end. Some sooner than others, and certainly too soon for our dear friend. While Conrad's work for the Shi wasn't the most dangerous work he ever found himself in, it still brought with it plenty of danger. The only difference was that Conrad finally had a weakness: his family. It's unclear who it was that did in his wife and daughter, or why they did it to begin with, but one thing was crystal clear: whoever did so signed their own death warrant. Like a man possessed, Conrad embarked on a crusade to exact his vengeance in the most brutal ways imaginable, tracking down every individual who had a hand in the death of his family and dispatching them in a fury and bloodlust that had yet to be seen in the wasteland. As the smoke cleared, only a single silhouette was witnessed exiting, Vengeance had been his this day. Although his family was avenged, Conrad was left broken on the inside, the guilt over their deaths shattering him into fragments. How he wished he would have never met Sarah, so she wouldn't have suffered this horrendous fate. And Mary? Well, some pains are just too deep to be expressed. Dejected, Conrad returned home to find it abandoned, empty. The once vibrant house filled with giggles, cries, laughs, and lullabies now lie motionless and quiet. The pain of his loss having been too much to bear, he decided to pack up and head east, hoping to put the pain of his past, his mother, father, wife, and daughter, further behind him with every step. And with each new boot print in the terrain, Conrad changed, growing ever colder, detached, ruthless. On the road east, he had taken many jobs from those needing a good mercenary. However, something changed in him. His tactics were more savage, and he lacked any reservations in regards to the immorality of the job. It no longer mattered to him who his target was, be it man, woman, or youngling. Even though it bothered him deep down whenever he had to dispatch an individual who had yet to reach adulthood, it did not stop him. His cares lied only in caps. He continued on this destructive path for many years, leaving a trail of blood, tears, and broken hearts in his wake. They say war never changes. Men do, through the roads that they walk. And this road had finally reached its end. After 3,000 miles, he stood there, gazing out at the waves as they crashed on the beach, a sight which he had not seen in many years. And a new sight met his gaze this morning. The sun, which he had only ever seen set on the ocean, was rising on this one. It's as symbolic as it is beautiful. His old life is over, buried, forgotten. Just like the sun that dipped under the waves of the San Francisco Bay, it's gone. And his new life in the Commonwealth is just beginning. Turning his back on the sunrise, Kellog made his way to a local settlement he passed on the way here, known to us as Diamond City. It was here that he would settle down, buying some property and continuing his mercenary work. After some time, Kellog became privy to the region's local legend, the boogeyman that stalks the countryside, lurking around every corner, inside of every shadow. The work that Kellog was doing had been disrupting the operations of the Institute, a group of subterranean scientists who pull the strings of the local power dynamics above ground. Once Kellog was on their radar, they dispatched a proxy to locate and eliminate him. However, the Institute had grossly underestimated their target, and once confronted, the Institute proxy was dispatched with ease. It was then that Kellog took it upon himself to send a return message. Shortly after this attack, he managed to track down the Institute's location and traveled to it, all on his own. The message was clear. The Institute had no choice but to arrange a meeting with Kellog, a meeting that would go on to determine the fate of the entire Commonwealth. There he stood, face to face with phantoms, beings that haunted kids' nightmares and adult daydreams. Yet there he stood, unfazed by what stand before him, and unafraid. The meeting was short and sweet. Kellog, recognizing the Institute could pay more for contracts than any of its competitors on the surface, put forth his offer. The Institute, not one to easily fall to intimidation tactics, set their synth guards on him. In a matter of seconds, Kellog gained the upper hand and eliminated all 3 combat synths, proving his might to the scientist he was meeting with. The Institute conceded, and hired Kellog on to act as their new lead surface operative, with his experience in the wasteland no doubt proving invaluable to them. His new position wasn't just that of assassin, however. He also acted as a liaison between the Institute and settlements they wished to make contact with, like in the case of University Point, a budding settlement with access to advanced knowledge and technology. When those settlements didn't comply with the Institute's demands, Kellogg would sometimes be placed in command of the strike teams responsible for wiping out said settlements, such as the one found in University Point, after they failed to produce the data on reactor efficiency that the Institute had demanded from them. It continued on like this for many years, with Kellogg proving himself ever the savage, again and again, until one day, a set of orders would come down the pipe. Orders that, if carried out, would irrevocably change the entirety of the Commonwealth forever, and Kellogg along with it. The orders were simple, a typical excursion and retrieval mission, the kind that Kellogg had done countless times. He was to lead a group of Institute scientists into the sealed Vault 111 and retrieve a young baby boy by the name of Sean. And so he did. Upon entering the vault, the science team had located the pod containing the baby and began the unthaw process immediately. Standing there, Kellogg's thoughts drifted to faded memories of the life he once had. How he had a family once, just like this. And when Sean's parent refused to give him up in their delirious haze, Kellogg was forced to brush these memories aside, as he had done many times in the past. In one swift move, he pulled the trigger on his .44, launching a round into the chest of the defenseless parent, ending them, and allowing the Institute to take custody of the young boy. Meanwhile, Sean's other parents stared on in abject horror from the seclusion of their own pod, unable to move, unable to stop the tragedy that unfolded before them. The scientists soon wrapped up and began their exit procedures, placing all other residents back into cryostasis. And as a means of tying up loose ends, the Institute scientists also disabled the life support for all the residents in the vaults. All but one, Sean's other parent, the backup. This made Kellogg very uneasy, as he recalled what that kind of pain does to a person, what it did to him. However, it was a moot point. He had a job to do, and he executed it to perfection. 60 years have passed from this event, and for Kellogg, things remained relatively unchanged. Some time ago, the Institute equipped him with advanced cybernetics to slow his aging and extend his lifespan. At over 100 years old, he is physically the same age he was when he arrived in the Commonwealth. A blessing and a curse. It was always unclear to him if his life was extended for the purpose of the events that soon follow, or if it was just unlucky happenstance. Either way, Kellogg found himself in a position he should have seen coming. In the years since Sean was taken from Vault 111, the baby has since grown up and ascended to the position of head scientist in the Institute, where he is now known as Father. Father's life work revolved around the creation and perfection of Generation 3 synths, which are largely biological in design as opposed to their more mechanical Generation 1 and 2 predecessors. Perhaps it was because his own DNA was used to synthesize the genome for these beings, or perhaps because it was simply a field of study he found interesting. Either way, Father would come to develop a synth of his very own, himself, albeit as a 10-year-old boy. While the logic of studying the emotional reaction of younger synths is clear and sound, his motives for creating himself as a child synth and forcing it to live with Kellogg in Diamond City have a more sinister implication. Whether it's because Father wanted vengeance for the death of his parent, or simply because he didn't like the man is irrelevant, as the result remained the same. Kellogg was now the perfect bait for the sole survivor, who Father would soon release from Vault 111, and who would begin on the warpath, seeking retribution for what Kellogg did to their family. For some time, life was calm for Kellogg. Playing house with the synth child wasn't exactly his idea of a good time, but it reminded him of something, a feeling that had long been forgotten to this grizzled mercenary. Perhaps this is what it would have been like had he not lost his family. Perhaps life would have been much different, better, or perhaps not. His thoughts dwell on a past that he would much rather forget, for that part of his life was truly over. There is no going back. For one reason or another that he was not privy to, Father's plans for him changed. On a cold Commonwealth morning, as Kellog was servicing his old 44, an Institute courser by the designation X688 arrived at his home in Diamond City to collect the synth child and return him to the Institute. This courser brought with it a file of an escaped Institute scientist by the name of Virgil that Kellog was tasked with tracking down and eliminating. The contract would not be an easy one, even for this highly trained mercenary, as Virgil was hiding in the treacherous Glowing Sea, an area that was directly hit by a nuclear bomb during the Great War, riddling the grounds with hyper-lethal levels of radiation, and mutating every animal for miles into extremely deadly abominations. Kellog took the contract, of course. What other options did he have, really? And quickly set out to establish a forward operating base in the ruins of Fort Hagen, an old military base from before the Great War, and conveniently located just north of the Glowing Sea. Whether by pure happenstance or carefully crafted design, Kellog would find himself engaged in many battles on the road to Fort Hagen, leaving behind a very literal trail of blood. A trail which was carefully traversed by the sole survivor, who was hot on Kellog's heels. Laid up in Fort Hagen due to his injuries from the aforementioned conflicts, Kellog found himself in a situation he was all too familiar with. Thoughts of his own vengeful tirade played in his mind as he watched the sole survivor cleave their way through his synth guards, coming ever closer to him. An echo resonates as he taunts the survivor, just as the men who killed his family taunted him. It might have been this realization, or a latent sympathy for his enemy's situation, but Kellog decided to talk to the survivor, tell them the truth about Sean, within reason, that is. Of course, this did little to quell the rage within the sole survivor's heart, as seeing Kellog's face brought the tragedy he caused them back to the surface. And now, the final echo in Kellog's long life would resonate. Shots rang out as Kellog activated his stealth boy, 44 in hand, ready to take the fight to his aggressor, just as he had done countless times before. Something was different about this time, though. He was slower, sluggish. His aim was off. Was it the injuries? Or had the years finally caught up with him? Taking cover, Kellog engaged the sole survivor in a fierce shootout. The survivor quickly dispatching Kellog's remaining synth guards only had him to worry about now. Time in this place seemed to slow, as each party took their shots, again and again, with neither budging an inch. But all things must come to an end, and for one man, his time was up. As the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Kellog lay on the ground, riddled with bullet holes. This was it. He knew it. His final thoughts dwell with Sarah and Mary as the darkness closed in around him, engulfing him in the shroud of the Reaper. Wait, something was wrong. He was awake still in this eternal darkness, unable to rest. And in a flash of light not unlike that at the end of a tunnel, his memories begin to play before him like an old film, broken, disjointed. In all of these memories stands a familiar figure, a figure that wasn't there when the memories were formed, a figure he recognized all too well, the sole survivor. A realization dawned on him in that exact moment. He was not dead, not truly, that is. Whatever the Institute did to augment him didn't just extend his life, it made him immortal in a manner of speaking. His consciousness still existed in this piece of technology, transferred into some digital form. And when the sole survivor was done accessing his memories, Kellog found himself inhabiting a new body, not flesh and blood like his previous, but mechanical, made of nuts and bolts, the very components that made up his companions over the last 60 years. Sadly for Kellog, the body he inhabited already had a personality of its own, and that town wasn't big enough for the two of them. He was unsure of what would happen once he relinquished control, whether he would still exist in the back of the synth processor, or whether he would fade away, his consciousness just an echo in this body, where the real Kellog was well and truly dead. But when he saw that all too familiar face turn the corner, he couldn't help but find the humor in his situation, and realize that whatever his fate, there was no use holding on. Delivering one last final taunt to the sole survivor, Kellog slipped away, never to be heard from again. In the aftermath of the second battle for Hoover Dam, a nomadic tribe, misplaced in this ever-changing landscape, packed their tents and relinquished their home amidst the chaos of war. A tribe, barely clinging to life, having been beaten down, decimated, deceived and betrayed, march north to begin yet again. The trip is grueling, the landscape unforgiving, but hope guides this tribe like a man possessed, and through the passage of time, trial by fire, the tribe arose upon their new surroundings, the wastes of Wyoming. A man amongst them, leader, father, set his eyes upon this new land, this new start, a legacy worthy of his name, worthy of his people. It wasn't long after the Great Khan settled the Wyoming plains that news of their arrival reached old friends. In the coming weeks, an old alliance between the Khans and the followers of the apocalypse rekindled. Papa Khan, determined to see the legacy of his people realized, set the foundation for their community. No longer would their economy center around addictive chems, these poisons that rot the tribe from the inside out. No, Papa wouldn't allow it. Wouldn't allow the fearsome Khan name to be tarnished. Ever again. With help from the followers, work began immediately. All hands on deck to rebuild. In one of the endings of New Vegas, we see the Great Khans leave the Mojave behind and start a great empire in the ruins of the Northwest United States. This outcome has left many of us in the Fallout community curious as to what this empire would look like, how it would function, and what implications for the world it would bring with it. In today's video, I aim to paint a picture of what it could be, using various context clues from the game, as well as parallel comparisons to the old world Mongol Empire with which the Great Khans have modeled themselves after. Now, fellow legionaries, welcome to the Wastes. Since their exodus from New California, the culture of the Great Khans has been modeled after the great Mongol Empire under the leadership of Genghis Khan. While nothing more than a cheap imitation during their time in the Mojave, a few of these cultural aspects laid the foundation for their eventual rise. First and foremost, the Great Khans are a warrior culture, taking great pride in their strength and willingness to battle. To join the Great Khans, one must first survive their initiation, a full minute-long beatdown from other Khan warriors. While not the most elegant of initiations, it serves its purpose, weeding out all who are not mentally tough enough to withstand it, and all who would quit on their fellow Khans when the going gets tough. For those who survive the initiation, they are accepted amongst the tribe with open arms, creating a camaraderie that other tribes seldom feel. This cultural foundation was refined through the use of old world texts on the Mongols, showing the people, and most importantly their leader, how to govern in the ways of their predecessors. By the time the Great Khan Empire arose, the days of raiding and pillaging and war bands were behind them, as a new system of governance allowed for their people to supersede this necessity for survival. However, the warrior culture continued as a love for battle lives in the heart of all who would call themselves Khans. While the South is in a deadlock, much of the North remained open, free, ripe for the taking. The wastes of Wyoming, perfect for this nomadic tribe. They can now hunt, fish, and eventually settle, raising farms and livestock. With help from the followers, they can easily connect to other settlements through trade, protection, and eventually governance, creating a vast empire out of the ruins of the Northwest. It's possible that their empire could span from Wyoming to Washington, even into parts of Oregon and the Dakotas, engrossing the entirety of the Northwestern territories. With the knowledge of chem manufacturing taught to them by the followers, the Great Khans would be able to establish a sufficient economic system, yet again, selling medical chems to settlements around them, instead of addictive chems like they had in the Mojave. Knowledge of economics from the Great Mongol Empire would also inform the Great Khans of other commodities to which they could build a powerful economy on. With the settlement of fertile territory, it's likely they expanded trade from medical chems to food, water, clothing, scrap, and other necessities. Something they couldn't do in the near lifeless Red Rock Canyon, with the NCR breathing down their necks. This knowledge of economics would also bring with it the knowledge behind running successful trade carts and caravans, much like those we see in the Mojave. As a nomadic tribe that primarily relied on raiding and scavenging, the knowledge of caravanning would not only be new to the tribe, but pivotal in their efforts to establish a thriving economic state. To draw a parallel, the Mongol Empire ran one of the safest, most efficient, and far-reaching trade networks the world has ever seen prior to industrialization. And its blueprint is invaluable to a budding nation, like in the case of the Great Khans. Notably, due to the sheer size of the Great Khan Empire, the use of a relay-style trade network would revolutionize post-apocalyptic mercantilism. The style of trade was used heavily by the Mongol Empire and functioned much like a relay race. Traders would pick up goods at post stations and take it to the nearest post station along the trade route, drastically reducing the risk involved in traversing long distances with valuable commodities. And should something happen to a caravan along the route, the Empire would be quick to discover and respond to it, reducing instances of missing or sacked caravans like those that litter the Mojave. With the evolution of this nomadic tribe into a fully fledged empire, the need for a formidable military force will become increasingly important to protect all of this territory. As seen with the Vault 19 powder gangers in the Mojave, the Great Khans are more than willing to accept others into their ranks, should they pass the initiation, that is. And when the tribe evolves into a mighty empire, it's assured that they would open the ranks to mass recruitment. In the inhospitable wastes, it's definite that wastelanders and tribals alike would seek to join the Great Khans, perhaps for security, perhaps for money, or perhaps to add some purpose to their dreary lives, knowing they are now part of something larger than themselves. In addition to this, it's not unlikely that the Great Khans conquered and assimilated hostile wastelanders and tribals in the area, or even marched into towns to seize their means of production for the betterment of the Empire, much like the Legion had during their rise to power in the wastes of Arizona. These actions would be fitting of their old world inspiration, as this is precisely how Genghis Khan built his empire, to which the Great Khans emulate. Regardless, the Great Khans would have to build an army, not just to secure their empire from the inside, but to protect it from threats outside. With the formation of a standing military force, the initiation rites implemented by the Great Khans would likely evolve from a simple 1-minute beatdown that an initiate must survive, to a full-on cultural and combat-focused initiation rite, much like a boot camp, where an initiate learns a lifestyle of the Great Khans to effectively mold into their society. This pressure testing would continue to serve its purpose, to weed out those unworthy of calling themselves Khans. Economics, governance, transportation, all foundational pillars that led the Great Khans to the formation of an empire. Their predecessors are famous for their use of horses and extensive trade networks across their territory, being a driving force in the strengthening and reestablishment of the famous Silk Road trade network that connected Asia and Europe. In the move to Wyoming, it's possible that the Great Khans may have encountered horses in the north and sought to domesticate them. The pre-war book, Pretty Horsies, providing information on the domestication practices and care of these animals. With the domestication of horses, the Great Khans would be able to travel the vast distances of their territory with ease and build their trade network on the backs of these beasts. Assuming that horses aren't extinct, that is. Another mode of transportation could involve the use of motorcycles, which are found in abundance in the wasteland. In the beginning, the Mongols biker gang was a primary inspiration for the Khan faction back in California, and this would be a nice little nod to their origin. As for a means of transportation, motorcycles are a quick and agile vehicle that would allow the Great Khans to cover vast distances in little time, and would be a much better option than the use of horses. The only caveat involves a knowledge on how to repair and maintain these vehicles. If the highwaymen used by the Chosen One taught us anything, it's that vehicles can still run in the wasteland. All it takes is a good mechanic to resurrect them. While the Great Khan Empire rises in the north, they must keep eyes on their past, lest they forget their history. The NCR, Caesar's Legion, two expansionist superpowers who would tread on all who stand in their way. If either of these factions claim the Mojave, it'll only be a matter of time before their borders push north. The ensuing clash would test Papa's new empire, test his soldiers, and their resolve. Depending on the outcome of the Mojave depends on whether this new empire will thrive or crumble. Dealings with NCR, arbitrary. Vegas, lucrative. Legion, deadly. In time, legionary, in time. Until then, there are more mysteries to be uncovered in the Mojave.
The Brotherhood of Steel has been a staple of post-apocalyptic America since the moment the bombs fell on that fateful autumn day in 2077. The distinct look of power armor-clad knights crusading across the wasteland in search of technology is unmistakable. Their discipline and dedication to duty are second only to the mighty legions of Caesar that would arise in the centuries to follow. Their mission? Acquire as much advanced pre-war technology as possible, forever keeping it out of reach of the common wastelander. Preserve what remains of mankind from destroying itself yet again. Their founder, Roger Maxson, was a pre-war army captain who was stationed at Mariposa Military Base just before the start of the Great War. Maxson and his disciples learned about the experiments with FEV that were being conducted, and following a round of interrogations, killed the scientists, deserting their positions rather than continue to allow these barbaric experiments to occur. After the rest of the army failed to respond to his desertion, he led his disciples on an exodus to an underground bunker to start their new lives. Lost Hills, as it came to be known, would become the place where the remnants of the US Army would die, and the Brotherhood of Steel would be born. Following their birth at Lost Hills, the Brotherhood would slowly grow in scope, their ranks swelling, leading to the establishment of several outposts in the various budding settlements of California. Many events would transpire in the decades to come, culminating in the eventual rise of the Master and his unity, an army of FEV-engineered mutants bent on evolving all mankind. However, before the Master's grand plan could truly commence, it was foiled by a wasteland legend, leading to the death of the Master and the subsequent fracturing of his army. The Vault Dweller from Vault 13, with aid from the Brotherhood of Steel, drove the remaining super mutant hordes into the wasteland. Leaderless and disorganized, the Unity had no choice but to flee. In the following years, the Brotherhood pursued them into the desert, but once it was established that the Unity no longer proved a threat, they called off their manhunt, resuming their initial mission of hoarding technology. This decision was not unanimous, however, as some members within the Brotherhood wanted to continue to pursue the Unity, as well as to survey the rest of the country for advanced technology to acquire. In addition to this, internal conflict centered around recruiting practices led to division amongst the faction. It was ultimately decided that the supporters of an inclusive Brotherhood would be allowed to traverse the United States and continue hunting the remnants of the Master's army. Boarding great airships, this new chapter of Brotherhood would set out on a grand expedition. A decision that would change the course of history forever. The expedition proved anything but easy, even for experienced knights clad in pre-war power armor. On their way across the country, they encountered severe storms, hostile ground fire from super mutants and raiders, dwindling numbers, and eventually were grounded when a catastrophic lightning storm destroyed several ships in their convoy, including the one with the expedition's leaders just outside of the pre-war city of Chicago. Leaderless and over 2,000 miles from home, the Brotherhood survivors reeled in the horror. Communication attempts to Lost Hills proved pointless. Cut off from reinforcements and under relentless attack, the Midwestern Brotherhood fought countless battles, quickly dwindling what remained of their chapter. As a means of survival, the leadership began recruiting heavily from the local population. Tribals, robots, super mutants, ghouls, and even Deathclaws were employed as new Brotherhood soldiers. Anyone who could wield a gun was pressed into service and sent out into the wasteland to gather resources, recruit new blood, and eradicate any opposition to the faction. The Brotherhood's advanced tech, superior training, and monolithic ideology soon began to dilute with this increase in membership. By the year 2197, the faction boasts a well-established pipeline for its new recruits and is quickly acquiring supplies, weapons, and vehicles, leading to their increasing dominance over the vast region. With the diversification of the faction, the Midwestern Brotherhood gained some unique benefits from its members. The super mutants' great size allowed them to wield an array of heavy weapons and perform tasks even a Brotherhood paladin in full power armor would struggle with. The ghouls, while squishier and unable to use the Midwestern variants of power armor, came with skills and experience they had gained from hundreds of years surviving in the wastes. Both of these new groups boast an immunity to radiation, allowing for increased operational capacity in even the most rugged corners of the wasteland. These new soldiers would be of great assistance in establishing relations with the Brotherhood and various groups of their kind. The Deathclaws and robots are not quite as sociable, however. A Deathclaw matriarch that the Brotherhood saved provides a continuous source of formidable melee fighters for the faction, while the robots are very sturdy and resistant to most forms of damage. Given the sheer area of the Midwestern chapter's operations, as well as their unconventional makeup, their rank structure is more complex than your run-of-the-mill Brotherhood chapter. Due to complexity and their origins in Lost Hills, it is unknown if non-humans can rise to the rank of great prominence within the faction, such as elders and generals. With the continued mixture of the ranks and provided enough time has passed, a Deathclaw elder or a super mutant general may not be out of the question. The Midwest Brotherhood is not just a military, but a full-fledged society. Its non-combatant ranks are civilian, scribe, and elder. Civilians are subjects, wasteland traders, craftsmen, children, and any other non-Brotherhood individual who is under the protection of, and by extension, ruled by the Brotherhood. They provide services, establish trade lines, populate villages and towns, and produce food and future recruits for the Order. These communities are not always voluntary, with a number of them having been annexed and forced to submit to Brotherhood control. As subjects of the Brotherhood of Steel, they must contribute a certain amount of their resources and youth to assisting and maintaining the Brotherhood's military might. To begin, scribes are the scientific minds of the Brotherhood, a departure from their role on the West Coast. Midwestern scribes double as engineers and scientists, replacing the Brotherhood knights in this capacity. They manufacture weapons and equipment, process data into intelligence, study technology, and otherwise perform academic research in all manner of subjects. Scribes are the keepers of knowledge and the inheritors of humanity's collective consciousness. In a world full of darkness and ignorance, they are the light. At the bottom of the military hierarchy is the recruit. These subhuman piles of organic matter have yet to pass their initial training, and 85% will not succeed. They exist only to be molded into something resembling a real soldier, or to be tossed back out into the wastes, to be picked over by the myriad of horrors that call this land home. Weakness will not be tolerated amidst the ranks of the Midwestern Brotherhood. Once a recruit puke has proven themselves worthy of donning a Brotherhood uniform, they graduate to initiate. They can now be assigned to combat duty and be trusted to dress themselves and keep their weapon pointed at the enemy. They are, however, only minimally trained and cannot be expected to complete anything other than basic tasks. Initiates with more training and experience can become senior initiates. These are still foot troops with no command authority, but they have a significant increase in their combat training, leading to a better battle effectiveness. Squires are the next step up from initiates. They are full-fledged members of the Brotherhood and are always on active duty. Once a squire has fought and killed enough to earn the designation of senior, they are ready to ascend into the ranks of knighthood. Brotherhood Knights make up the backbone of the Midwest Chapter's fighting force, a cast of delineated roles signifying one's combat effectiveness and command amongst their peers. Knights comprise the bulk of seasoned warriors within the Brotherhood, leading their teams with distinction, carrying out orders from the paladins and elders, and destroying the Brotherhood's enemies wherever they crop up. Knights are easily distinguished amongst the ranks by their rudimentary power armor and upgraded firearms. At the bottom of the command structure are junior knights, members of the Brotherhood that have fought hard and distinguished themselves as squires. Through countless trials, a junior knight can climb the ladder to a standard knight. The function of the knight is the same to that of a junior knight, with their designation merely denoting an increase in battlefield competence and time in grade. When a knight has served long enough, they will be distinguished as a senior knight. While the operations of this rank are similar to knights and junior knights, this is the first time they are allotted a position of leadership, with senior knights primarily being responsible for the overseeing of operations of the knights under them, ensuring they are receiving proper guidance. When a senior knight demonstrates advanced leadership capabilities, they will earn the rank of a knight commander. This role is similar to that of senior knights in that their primary responsibility is to oversee the knights under them. However, as the highest ranking member amongst their class, a knight commander also has the responsibility of overseeing other senior knights and ensuring they are acting with the Brotherhood's best interests in mind. Once a knight has proven they are a force to be reckoned with, they will achieve the coveted rank of Paladin. Paladins are the premier fighting force of the Brotherhood, wielding the best weapons and armor available, and nearly unstoppable on the battlefield. They're highly skilled, deeply motivated, and seasoned veterans. Paladins are also responsible for the training of junior soldiers and the execution of key billets within the hierarchy, such as drill instructors, security chiefs for a bunker, or special operations teams. Even a junior paladin is elite in the truest sense of the word. The Paladin rank denotes veteran warriors sent to take on the toughest missions the Brotherhood has to offer. A squad of Paladins backed up by supporting elements of the Brotherhood military can achieve nearly anything. They cut through super mutant hordes like butter, forcing even the most dangerous creatures in the wastes to think twice about their spot on the food chain. Whether it's down the barrel of a laser rifle or at the end of a super sledge, the wasteland's most dangerous creatures meet their end when the Paladins arrive. Much like the knights before them, the Paladin rank structure is separated into juniors and standards, with junior Paladins having recently entered the fold from the knight ranks, and standard Paladins denoting a soldier who has spent enough time in grade to no longer be considered a junior. When a Paladin has earned a position of seniority, instead of receiving the title of senior, they will instead be promoted to that of a commander. These denote leaders who command the rest of the Paladins from the front. They are the highest level commanders that still regularly go on missions, second only to Brotherhood generals in the command structure. Amongst the rank and file of the chapter exists a special designation, one which cannot be obtained through the traditional route, one whose obscurity and mystery drives legends and rumors throughout the wastes: Paladin Lords. This rank is unique amongst the Order. They exist outside the normal chain of command and report directly to the Elder and the Elder Council alone. Their missions are secret, and often even the Brotherhood generals are not made aware of their activities. Paladin Lords lead groups of hand-picked paladins who are sworn to secrecy about their missions, as they often fall outside the norms of Brotherhood regulation and are sensitive in nature. In the same vein as Paladin Lords are the dreaded Inquisitors. These are the Brotherhood's secret police. They are tasked with interrogating recently liberated people to gain valuable intelligence and root out threats to the Brotherhood. If a prisoner of war or civilian answers honestly and is of no threat, they are offered to the Brotherhood for service. If not, the Inquisitors make sure they and any they have connection to disappear. They are also in charge of policing internal dissent from within the Brotherhood's chapter. Any disobedience and embarrassment to the faction is squashed, covered up, with the offenders and their close associates facing hard labor, interrogation, or execution. Sitting at the top of the Brotherhood's military ranks are generals. These fierce warriors control the Brotherhood's military, but must have their actions sanctioned by the chapter elder or the Elder Council in Lost Hills. A general does not have the authority to act without permission. They are simply the most senior officer in charge of the fighting. Decisions of a strategic nature remain firmly with the elders as not to instigate a coup from an overly ambitious general. Furthermore, generals can only be selected by showing exceptional skill in military tactics and combat. They are selected by the chapter elder to lead a campaign. For example, General Decker, who led the Brotherhood forces against the Calculator during the events of 2197. Generals are given the honor of promoting other members in the Brotherhood up the chain of command, from initiate to paladin commanders. And above it all sits the Order's Elder. These distinguished members are the leaders of a chapter or a group of Brotherhood forces. They are the connecting file between the scribes, knights, and paladins. They are the ideological leaders, key decision makers, and the ones who plunge the Brotherhood's mission into action. In this way, elders function similarly to pre-war American civilian leadership, above the chain of command and dealing with questions of ideology, rather than day-to-day operational planning and tactical objectives. Because of their isolation and massive area of operations, it is unclear whether the Midwestern Brotherhood as we come to know them believe themselves as part of the original Brotherhood, or if they have gone rogue and evolved beyond their origins. Their numbers swell by the day, and they control vast population centers throughout the Midwest, with their size equaling that of the New California Republic and Caesar's Legion combined nearly 100 years prior to the peaks of these civilizations. Perhaps in time, we will be granted the honor of traversing Chicago. But until then, we rest.
Hopeville. Ashton. Two pre-war towns established on a fault line between Death Valley and the Mojave Desert. In this desolate badland, they constructed a slice of Americana. White picket fences frame the dwellings of this vibrant town, setting the example of what's possible when the best technology America has to offer is utilized, taming the desert into a veritable Eden. It was true paradise, or so the residents were made to believe. Alongside this community, the US Army built an arsenal of intercontinental ballistic missiles right under their feet. Due to the poor location for construction, i.e., along the narrows of a fault line, the underground silos would encounter a plethora of construction issues. As the constant earthquakes rocked the towns, the military attempted to quell concerns by assuring the civilian population that their engineers had the situation under control. They didn't. If the poor location wasn't enough, Hopeville and Ashton had also been the unwitting test subject for a secret weather control experiment from the scientist at the nearby Big Mountain Research Facility. This experiment riddled the area with intense and frequent windstorms, which weren't all too dangerous initially, but would grow to be highly dangerous in the centuries to follow. In 2077, the world as we knew it was reduced to rubble, and the townspeople of Hopeville and Ashton fled for their lives. The silos remained dormant, having sustained heavy damage from the fault line increasing as a result of the ensuing nuclear detonations. For 200 years they lie dormant, standing a silent vigil, a nuclear colossus, waiting for a signal to unleash hell on Earth. In the aftermath of the Great War, people slowly returned to the area and over many years managed to rebuild a semblance of civilization. These new residents lived in peace and prosperity, growing wealthy through trade with the new California Republic as they rapidly grew around the divide. In the years that followed, this community would become an important logistical hub and supply depot for the NCR in their war with Caesar's Legion, a Roman legion-inspired slave army pressing into the Mojave from east of the Colorado River. It didn't take long for Caesar's scouts to notice this vital supply line. Following the first battle and their subsequent defeat at Hoover Dam, Legion forces would adapt their strategy to better combat the massive army of the NCR. In one of many operations, an assault force consisting of Legion special forces were dispatched to the divide with only a single objective in mind: sever the supply line from California to the Mojave at all cost. As luck would have it, another force was in motion that would accomplish this exact feat, albeit unwittingly. A lone courier carrying a package from the west. In this package was a strange device, a kind of detonator which, when linked to the central systems in the divide, would allow for the launch of the ICBM stored there. The NCR had recovered this enigmatic relic of pre-war technology from a former Enclave base on the shores of California, Navarro. Recognizing unique symbols on the device from those found in the divide, the NCR saw fit to send this tech over to their garrison for further study. Unbeknownst to them, their efforts would prove a detriment to this end. Upon arriving, the device began speaking to the systems of the divide, sending launch codes and overriding its security. In a blink, the silos beneath the divide had awoken with the sound of their demise. The warheads sleeping beneath their feet had begun detonating, cracking the ground in half and turning this once prosperous oasis into a broken, windswept, radiation-laden hellscape. The explosions kicked rocks and radiation into the raging windstorms, transforming them from a mundane nuisance to a hyper-lethal weather event. The sandstorm flayed the survivors alive. It not only stripped their skin from their bodies, but also stripped their flags from their hearts. Those who weren't lucky enough to die were ghoulified in the now radioactive sandstorm, condemned to an eternal cycle of having their skin scraped off, only to be healed by the radiation and the same wind that is consuming them. The survivors would never truly heal from their wounds, forced to endure this hellish cycle indefinitely. Through the anguish brought upon these survivors, they would lose their humanity almost entirely, evolving into something grotesque: the Marked Men. Following the destruction of the divide, the Marked Men, who were once soldiers of the new California Republic and Caesar's Legion, would band together, forming a new tribe and utilizing their shared hatred as an anchor in this new hell on Earth. While not feral, the pain they endure overcomes their sensibilities almost entirely. The Marked Men are still ferocious warriors and are extremely aggressive to anyone and anything not of their flock. They provide no quarter and ask for none in return. In addition to this, they bring with them a wealth of knowledge and skills from their respective time in the armies, their armor still bearing these old allegiances, but different now, evolved, reinforced with scavenged metals of the divide, showcasing the depths to which they have been transformed. Just like the generations of settlers before them, the Marked Men had dug in, building an entire community out of the ruins of the landscape. With near unlimited material to salvage, they would begin the construction of camps, bringing beds, food, and supplies to these locations. Soon after, the presence of makeshift huts would arise, all centered around a campfire for cooking and for warmth. While Marked Men made for a dominating force in these ruins, they made up only a fraction of the horrors that plagued the wasteland, and even worse, they weren't top of the food chain. Above ground, they had to contend with the ferocious deathclaws that roamed the divide, and below, something far worse. In time, they learned to avoid conflict with these creatures whenever possible, and with the plethora of advanced pre-war weaponry housed here, even managed to push back against them with relative success in some areas, becoming the dominant force above ground in the Divide. While the identities of the Markmen had been stripped away, a few clung on to the past in a more material manner, helping to anchor them in the chaos.
They bear false versions of Legate Beneus's mask, the one Caesar fashioned for him. Thought it was an insult at first. No better now. It's shaped from Divide metal, not with care and strength, but with hate. Keeps them anchored. Crude, effective, like the blades they carry. Distant mirrors of their legate, a symbol they can hold on to, while the Divide tears at them.
A few of these marked men have constructed visages of Legatus Lanius, either as an attempt to hold on to their pasts, or to harness the strength of his symbol. It's unclear as to whether these marked men are leaders or champions amongst their peers, but it would be easy to assume something of the sort due to their unique names and custom armors. At the end of the lonesome road, as Ulysses and Courier 6 gather under the flag of the old world, intent on burying the hatchet, either in the ground or in each other, the marked men lie in wait, ready to capitalize on the opportunity by assaulting the facility en masse. The reason for this is never clarified, and it's never revealed as to why the marked men saw this as such an important target. Many have speculated that the marked men are more cognizant of the ramifications of this meeting, intent on stopping the launch of ICBMs at all cost, while others simply chalk it up to mindless savages doing barbaric things. In the end, even the mighty forces of the marked men crumble to the couriers, with the reasoning for this attack never leaving their lips. As Courier 6 walked the path back to the Mojave, the surviving marked men stood aside to allow them passage, the once hostile survivors now showcasing their recognition, be it in fear or respect, to an individual who has earned their place in this world. The wind of the Divide carried their screams. Their countries banished them from memory. In their misery, they hardened their hearts, transforming into something more than mere men. Their hatred keeping them alive as the world dies around them. The marked men of the Divide are but one of the great tragedies to befall the world in the wake of man's hubris, a mere echo of a memory, left to wander this hellscape forever.
The Wasteland, a barren mecca to its survivors. The world we inhabit in the Fallout series is a beautiful monument to humanity's socio-political degeneration. In this world, nothing is as it once was, as the landscape has changed and shifted into a twisted perversion of a nostalgic era, ravaged by mutated creatures and poisoned by disease and radiation. Despite the overwhelming odds, humanity continues to adapt and thrive in this inhospitable ecosystem. And in the case of super mutants, evolve. To even begin to understand the super mutants of the Mojave, we must first understand the complexity of their origins. These mutants aren't born out of radiation like you would think. In fact, they really aren't born at all, but rather created. It all started in 2102 when a man named Richard Gray led an expedition to a pre-war military facility in Southern California. In the aptly named Mariposa military base, there was housed a dark secret buried deep within it. A substance that Gray would soon come into close contact with, and kick off a chain of events that would change the Western world as we knew it. As the expedition team had neared the base, mutated creatures had begun to attack the group. After sustaining casualties, the group was forced to take shelter within the base itself. During this period, Gray had run into a bit of misfortune, having been knocked off his feet by a moving crane and into a vat of strange liquid. This liquid would come to be known to us as FEV, or the Forced Evolutionary Virus. This chemical agent is a catalyst for human transformations into that of super mutants. That said, not every human will become the type of mutant we are familiar with. In fact, most wouldn't survive the mutation process at all. Case in point, Richard Gray. After a massive and prolonged exposure to the FEV, Gray mutated into a large, grotesque mass. While he may have lacked in looks, he made up for it with his staggering intellect. The FEV had dramatically increased Gray's cognitive abilities. Soon he began solving complex philosophical quandaries with evident ease, as well as conducting his own experiments with the forced evolutionary virus. It wasn't long after this development that he formulated a grand vision of a unified species. Taking up the mantle of the Master, he started experiments into creating a perfect mutant species out of humans. There were some issues, of course, as exposing humans who were heavily irradiated or previously exposed to small enough amounts of FEV to not fully mutate mostly resulted in a failed mutation. The Master circumvented this by having his successful mutants raid vaults in the nearby area to provide the Master with a steady supply of untainted humans. This proved extremely successful. By the year 2162, the Master had amassed an army of super mutants known as the Unity, and planned to turn every human into super mutants, by force if necessary. Most mutants were equally intelligent to their human counterparts, and made up the bulk of the Master's forces. We know them as Generation 1 mutants. Some within the Gen 1 ranks who exhibited further increased intelligence and other favorable traits were inducted into the Unity's special forces, the Nightkin. The Nightkin mostly acted as guards for the Master, being seen in Fallout protecting the Cathedral, which acted as the primary base for the Master since leaving Mariposa in 2155. However, they were also deployed in situations which required increased stealth and military capabilities, much like the modern-day Special Forces or Light Infantry. This class of mutant gets their unique moniker from the pre-war stealth boy technology they used to keep themselves concealed from the enemy, a technology that served them well whilst in the employ of the Master, but would not serve them well as the years progress. During the events of Fallout, the Master's great plans for the Unity are thwarted by us, the player, as well as the Brotherhood of Steel. Both the Master and the Mariposa military base are destroyed, leaving the Unity leaderless and without direction. This causes a majority of mutants to wander the wastes in search of purpose. While some try to integrate into society, finding jobs and the like amongst their human neighbors, the fate of some others is infinitely more bleak. By the events of Fallout 2, the Unity has completely disbanded, with the majority of mutants going their separate ways and traveling out from California in all directions. A select few stayed behind and formed the town of Broken Hills, where a mutant named Marcus acts as its mayor. This is a theme that appears to echo throughout the Fallout series, particularly with Marcus, as he is quite the adventurer, even being a companion to the Chosen One, our player character in Fallout 2. In 2241, a secretive organization of former government agents and employees known as the Enclave had secured a sample of FEV from the ruins of Mariposa Military Base. They would use this sample to conduct research into the creation of a bioweapon, with the intent of cleansing the wasteland of all mutations. Experiments involving the FEV had led to the creation of a new population of super mutants, known to us as Generation 2 mutants. They had many of the same physical characteristics as the mutants of the Unity, however, they lacked the intelligence of the first generation. Many of these mutants also attempted to integrate into society, as they lacked any other place to go, or purpose in their lives. Over the years, many mutants found their way to the Mojave wasteland, including our old friend Marcus. Shortly after arriving, a mutant settlement started at the peak of Black Mountain. This settlement was founded by Marcus and was chosen due to its high levels of radiation, this being a natural barrier between the radiation-immune mutants and the weak and squishy humans. Over the years, many mutants had found their way to Black Mountain, including the second-generation mutants, and many Nightkin, who had become extremely schizophrenic and volatile due to their overuse of the Stealth Boy technology. This dynamic eventually led to conflict amongst the settlement, which ultimately resulted in the Nightkin Tabitha forcing herself into leadership and forcing Marcus out. The schism that ensued on Black Mountain resulted in two distinct factions between the mutants of the Mojave, with Marcus moving on to form a new settlement high in the California mountains, with the intention of creating a safe haven for all mutant kind. and Tabitha maintaining a now hostile settlement at Black Mountain with the intention of raiding human caravans and towns, resulting in the deaths of any squishy humans they encounter. The state of Utobitha was formed after Marcus was forcibly retired from Black Mountain, and the radio station that was used to inform the wasteland of a friendly mutant settlement was damaged, causing the broadcast to go down. Eventually, a very unlucky ghoul would visit Black Mountain with the intention of fixing their equipment so that the broadcast would play again. He succeeded, but not before he was imprisoned by Tabitha. With the radio repaired and operating, Tabitha began a new broadcast. A broadcast which played all the hits of the era and included interludes of insane ramblings between compositions. This broadcast was intended to draw more mutants to the settlement of Utopitha. However, it also had a dual purpose, as it's intended not only to attract fellow mutants, but also to spread anti-human propaganda amongst the mutants of the wasteland, ultimately culminating in increased numbers of aggressive mutants roaming into the outskirts of New Vegas. While Black Mountain continues to be a thorn in the side for the Mojave wasteland, Marcus's new settlement of Jacobstown proves to be a beacon of hope for all lost mutants, a pure diametric opposite to that of the state of Utopitha. When we find them amongst an old ski lodge high up in the mountains, a few things become immediately apparent. Marcus welcomes you at the gate, informs you of the rules of the town, and welcomes you to Jacobstown with open arms, despite your clear and evident lack of mutations. Amongst the town, you could find many mutants and nightkin living in relative peace, and even a team of doctors working to actively cure the nightkin's schizophrenia. They have become entirely self-sufficient, relying on big hoarders for meat, and rarely need to leave the walls of Jacobstown. This truly is a safe haven. Marcus puts in an enormous amount of effort into the creation of a safe space for the mutants of the Mojave, and he succeeds with Jacobstown. However, this sadly proves to be insufficient for a certain mutant. The Nightkin Davison used to be a captain in the Unity and was in charge of several Nightkin, those of whom still follow him to this day. Davison and his troop were residents of Jacobstown prior to the events of New Vegas, and although Marcus did everything he could to help him, Davison got tired of waiting and decided to leave Jacobstown with his troops in search of more stealth boys. As they trudge through the wastes, they eventually find themselves in the ruins of a Repcon test site in search of a shipment of stealth boys that pre-war manifest stated to have arrived there. When we encounter them, they are locked in conflict with a cult of ghouls who also inhabit the facility, seeking not stealth boys, but rather the rockets that are currently being held in the basement of the facility, right by Davison and his hostile troop of Nightkin. This brings us to the present time of 2281. The mutants of the Mojave are clustered into these three large settlements, with a few stragglers dotted around the landscape. Each of the settlements have a wide diversity of quests that the player character can undertake, from helping Tabitha fix her robot Rhonda, telling Davison about the mistaken Stealth Boy shipment, and even assisting Dr. Henry in curing the Nightkin's schizophrenia. While the future of the mutants isn't exactly clear, I believe that with the player intervention, the future for all West Coast mutants can be a bright one. When we encounter Jacobstown, there's a band of NCR mercenaries at the camp attempting to start conflict so that the NCR has an excuse to roll in and kill all of the mutants. The fact that the NCR is taking this course of action against a peaceful mutant settlement isn't just deplorable, it's abhorrent. However, the player character can arrive and talk the mercenaries into leaving peacefully. This will at least temporarily keep the NCR from murdering an entire town of peaceful mutants. If the player character also cures a Nightkin's schizophrenia, the town thrives and is able to save countless lives, as well as work to alter the reputation of mutants on the West Coast. This task becomes infinitely more difficult, however, if the player character doesn't resolve the hostilities stemming from the Black Mountain mutants. Luckily, a peaceful option exists for us here as well. By sneaking into Black Mountain, we can find a sleepy robot named Rhonda in the treasure room at the summit. By repairing the robot, it wakes up and searches out Tabitha. When they are reunited, Tabitha is so overjoyed to have her friend back that she leaves Black Mountain forever to wander the wastes with Rhonda. We can also help Davison and his troop by informing him about the misplaced shipment of stealth boys. He won't be happy, but he and his Nightkin will leave peacefully to search for them. While these main factions constitute the majority of the mutants in the Mojave, there are more who have found their own way, independent of the other groups. From integrating into towns, to seeking sunken treasures, to selling wind Brahmin for profits, the mutants of the Mojave continue to find purpose in their masterless world. So if you see a friendly mutant pass you by on the street, give him a smile and a nod, and be thankful that you are here in the Mojave and not in a meat bag on the East Coast.
As the courier begins their journey across the hot sands of the Mojave, whispers emerge of an immense military force, a society of tribal slavers rivaling the size of the new California Republic. Stories fashioning fearless warriors thriving in the wilds of the wasteland, brutal and merciless in their approach. They march through the biting winds of the desert with a singular goal in mind: conquest. As the courier continues east, they get their first glimpse of Caesar's legion and the brutality of their justice. On this long stretch of road carrying the east, the acts of the legion become increasingly frequent. Patrols, outposts, caravans, completely annihilated, with towns such as Searchlight now tombs for NCR garrisons. To the north, Camp Forlorn Hope and the town of Novak are paralyzed with fear over these recent assaults, a fear exacerbated by the recent establishment of a forward operating base at Nelson. From this new outpost and many others dotted along the southern border of Nevada, Legion forces successfully harass NCR supply lines, setting traps, conducting ambushes, and dealing crippling blows to the Republic's occupation in the region. In command of this relentless campaign of terror sits one man, Aurelius of Phoenix. The ironclad Centurion is a formidable figure, standing tall at 6 feet 5 inches, and was handpicked by Caesar to spearhead the establishment of a bridgehead across the west bank of the Colorado River. Aurelius chose Cottonwood Cove as his new base of operations, forging the settlement of a new Legion stronghold strategically positioned in the narrows of the Colorado. This location was perfect for raising a sizable staging area, where troops are ferried to and from the fort with relative ease. Following the aforementioned destruction of Camp Searchlight, which effectively eradicated the NCR's military presence in southern Nevada, there was little standing in the way of a full Legion occupation. It is unknown what great victories Aurelius had achieved out east, but to be the single Centurion tasked with spearheading an operation of this scale, Caesar's trust in his abilities would have been immense, a shining testament to his skill amongst others of his rank. Every Centurion is an elite and experienced officer within the Legion. To reach this coveted rank, one must have conquered enough to prove their abilities not only in battle, but in leadership as well. Centurions lead a centuria, a Roman military unit roughly equivalent to a company, equating 100 or more troops alongside their support personnel. They command these legionaries from camps, compounds, as well as in battle, being held wholly responsible for implementing Caesar's orders to the letter. They are tasked with maintaining strict discipline within the Legion, often utilizing harsh methods, including threats of crucifixion, to instill fear and control over the legionaries under their command. Should the need arise, they may even act as executioners, carrying out punishments for those who defy Caesar's will or violate Legion laws. Achieving the rank of Centurion is considered a prestigious honor within the Legion. It reflects a legionary's skill, dedication, and loyalty to the cause. The armor of a Centurion, which distinguishes them amongst their brothers, is earned through years of service and typically denoted in patchwork construction, showcasing the many trophies the legionary has collected from their fallen foes. This armor is also adorned with a crimson plume, allowing their troops to easily identify and rally to them in the heat of battle. In addition to battlefield leadership, Centurions are also involved in strategic planning and decision-making, playing a significant role in implementing Caesar's broader vision for the expansion and dominance over the ruins of the American Southwest. While operating with only 2 contubernia, squads consisting of 8 men each, Aurelius achieved great success in his occupation of southern Nevada, defying the odds through his merciless tactics and aggressive assaults on NCR Army patrols. Despite being outnumbered, he managed to inflict casualties on the NCR forces that were 4 times the size of his own Legion contingent, turning Cottonwood Cove, an otherwise abandoned pre-war location, into a single finger of the Legion stretching across the River Narrows. The mighty Aurelius takes immense pride in his rank, earned through his many years of conquest and unwavering devotion to Caesar. He is known for his intolerance towards those he deems unworthy. His aggressive demeanor and abhorrence for NCR profligates fuels his ruthless pursuit of them. Viewing them as cowards, Aurelius revels in the thought of destroying the NCR, going as far to incentivize others to carry out his will by offering bounties for their dog tags, a grim testament to his disdain for the enemy. Despite his ruthless exterior, glimpses to a softer side of Aurelius emerge upon closer inspection. Among the trophies of war that litter the many Legion camps such as this, there lay some items that would shed some light into a more nuanced facet of his personality. A teddy bear in his locker, a toy car on his desk, a Grognak the Barbarian comic at his bedside alongside beer and cigarettes, forbidden contraband to a legionary. While it's entirely possible that these items were here upon occupation, the context to which they are discovered lends credence to the idea that these are Aurelius's personal belongings, adding an intriguing layer to this ruthless character. In the harsh and unforgiving world of the Mojave wasteland, Aurelius of Phoenix stands as a complex and formidable figure, embodying both the brutal strength of the Legion and the subtle nuances of humanity in the face of conflict. His success on the battlefield and the ironclad discipline of his men are a testament to his abilities as a leader and his spirit as a warrior. Always true to Caesar.
In the caves of Appalachia lurks an evil that has existed in time immemorial, long before man's bombs erupted, forging the world into vast swaths of wasteland we know today. This ancient entity has claimed the lives of many unfortunate souls seeking to survive their dystopia. A creature of unyielding bloodlust. A creature only known to us as the Wendigo. The Wendigo is a gaunt humanoid with limbs stretched disproportionately to the remainder of its body. It hunches over its pot belly, brimming with the consumed flesh of nearby wastelanders, bearing a haunting visage twisted by its dark cravings. The creature's hands don massive claws that scrape the ground as it walks, echoing chilling sounds deep into the expanses of the wastes. These horrid creatures feast on the flesh of humans and animals alike, yet strangely seem to consider feral ghouls an ally while killing the scorched on sight. The Wendigo is renowned for its blistering speed, immense strength and endurance, as well as a haunting wail, striking fear even into the heart of the mightiest of wasteland paladins. The tale of the Wendigo was first told by the Algonquin-speaking tribes of the Americas, an ancient tale of an evil spirit that would possess the unfortunate during times of famine, forcing them into a life of greedy and cannibalistic desires. Should these individuals fall victim to these desires, they would transform from that of a man into the twisted and contorted creature of the Wendigo. As told in the native legends, these monsters reside in icy forests and continuously expand in proportion to the last meal they consumed, leading to a state of never-ending starvation, ultimately driving the creature into this state of insatiable bloodlust. The image of the Wendigo portrayed in these legends varies from a giant ice beast to what we can find in the darkest caves of Appalachia. An emaciated humanoid with sunken eyes, elongated limbs, and gaunt skin shrink-wrapped against its skeletal frame.
Much like the legends of the Wendigo that were told before the world ended, Wendigos were once people who let their desire or need for human flesh take control. A raider gang that once stalked the lands of West Virginia were known as the Gormons, a cannibalistic raider gang where at least one member was confirmed to have become a Wendigo. While there is currently no information on how one truly becomes a Wendigo, it is safe to say that consuming human flesh is a key aspect of the process. The Wendigo themselves stand taller than most people, and it is a treacherous creature that can tear apart even heavily armored wastelanders with its razor-sharp claws. Other than being a physically tough and strong fighter, the Wendigo is an excellent hunter, utilizing both speed and stealth to catch its prey off guard, to shred them to pieces big enough for it to consume. One of the most terrifying abilities of the Appalachian Wendigo is its hope-shattering scream, which can stagger even the most seasoned of wasteland veterans, offering this entity an excellent opening in its target's defense. This creature's movements are reminiscent of a dog, as it runs and even walks on all fours. If chasing its prey, its signature move is to lunge at its target, dealing a mighty and often fatal blow to them. It is unclear how a Wendigo sees, as it lacks eyes, yet can still see and doesn't rely on hearing, but perhaps it relies on its spiritual abilities to visualize its victims. While the origin of the Appalachian Wendigo is unclear, other than the act of cannibalism, there are many varieties of this horrid creature. The first version is the standard Wendigo, which appears pale with bruised reddish skin. The second and most common variant is the glowing Wendigo. This variant is black in appearance and glows a sickly green. Much like other glowing creatures in the wasteland, it is also the strongest variation of the standard Wendigo. The third and most intriguing variation of this creature is the scorched Wendigo. This monstrosity is created when any of the previously mentioned variants become infected with the scorched plague. I have actually personally seen this happen during a fight between a scorched beast and a Wendigo. Much like other creatures affected by the scorched plague, the Wendigo almost immediately changed into a hideously malformed and charred abomination that was controlled by the scorched hive mind. As if this horrid creature couldn't get any worse, there is an even more horrifying amalgamation of flesh known as the Wendigo Colossus. The Wendigo Colossus is a repulsive, ginormous heap of flesh cobbled up to wreak havoc in the wasteland. This three-headed creature has 4 arms, 2 of which are used as legs and can deal massive damage, making armor useless against its concussive effects. These variants of Wendigos are found very rarely within nuke zones throughout Appalachia, likely a result of multiple Wendigos fusing together in the blast. A year before the Great War in January of 2076, Earl Williams was trapped inside the Mojave mine with some of the other miners, and with no one to rescue them, they began eating each other to survive. This choice of survival would ultimately turn into their doom, as something changed inside them and they began to crave human flesh, never being satisfied. Around the time of the pioneer severance of their shelter, Vault 76, there was an abomination of a Wendigo lurking at the bottom of Mojave mine. Standing as tall as a behemoth and able to spit acid, this monstrosity lurks below Mojave mine, awaiting the day a brave few unseal its tomb.
Since the dawn of its settlement, Appalachia was a region rife with various myths, legends, and cryptids, the Wendigo included. Unlike many wasteland nightmares, however, the Wendigo appears to have preceded the Great War. A plethora of pre-war literature has described them in uncanny detail, although no hard evidence had ever been discovered to confirm their existence. Perhaps it's the mutation-inducing radiation that now blankets Appalachia, or perhaps it's the countless desperate situations brought on by the apocalypse. All we can say for sure is that by the year 2102, a vile creature has been released into an unsuspecting wasteland, bent on consuming all in its path.
The Boomers are a faction of former Vault dwellers from Vault 34, east of what was once known as Las Vegas. The name Boomer was coined by outsiders in reference to them due to the explosive ordnance they drop on anyone who gets within a stone's throw of their gates. This may mean they are reclusive, but it doesn't mean they are inherently flawed. Today we'll be taking a deep dive into the Boomers faction, their ideology, government, and why they are by far the most successful smaller faction in all of New Vegas. Let's set the stage a little bit. It's been 200 years since the nuclear bombs devastated the world and brought America to its knees, erasing modern civilization as we know it. The dwellers of Vault 34 survived this onslaught in an experimental vault that had tested its residents by overstocking its armory with firearms and ammunition and not providing a lock, waiting to see what would happen. Ultimately, the vault ended up developing a gun-focused culture. Fearing potential issues arising from the free access of all these firearms, the overseer of the vault locked the armory door, preventing its residents from accessing the weapons they were becoming so fond of. Not satisfied with being denied access to these weapons, the dwellers revolted. Being the Second Amendment absolutists they are, a group of residents demanded access to the armory, citing their right to defend themselves. The overseer denied them this access, which subsequently resulted in a full-blown riot. After the dust settled, the dwellers that had demanded access to the armory vacated the vault in a mass exodus, venturing out into the wasteland. This would be the first time these families were above ground in generations. Two factors became immediately evident after leaving the vault. The first factor being the overabundance of raiders in the Mojave ruins, which put the lives of these dwellers at great risk. The second factor being a lack of suitable shelter to keep the dwellers safe in these harsh ruins. Although they were heavily armed and their tactics were more militant and organized than the raiders, the dwellers were still sustaining an unacceptable amount of casualties in these conflicts. Not one to rest on their laurels, the dwellers decided they must locate a suitable base from which to protect themselves against the raider onslaught. After an undocumented amount of time, they discovered the ruins of an old Air Force base, northeast of Las Vegas, Nellis. It was then they saw it, a brighter future and a new home. Nellis was perfect for them. Plenty of resources, a gated perimeter, and most importantly, shelter from the elements. Upon arriving, they noted that Nellis was radioactive. Having the foresight to pack Geiger counters from the vault before their exodus, they got to work examining the radiation levels in the base. Luckily for them, the radiation was at low enough levels that it allowed for immediate habitation. Not bad for an area that was blasted directly with nuclear warheads. In the base, they found loads of military weapons, equipment, and clothing. They equipped themselves with this new weaponry and incorporated the military hats and jackets in with their old vault suits to create their official uniform. They kept the original vault suit as the base of this uniform so that they will always remember where they came from and why they are here now. This marked the point of the dwellers from Vault 34 transforming into the boomers we all recognize and love today. When we encounter them in-game, they have evolved into a highly reclusive, near-xenophobic tribe that actively lobs artillery on anyone that gets within sight of their base. While it's a shock that they are so aggressive to outsiders, it's not entirely surprising. The faction as we know it is only a couple of generations removed from the group that vacated Vault 34. In the wastes, they were only encountered by hostile raiders and lost many of their own to these attacks. This led to a common belief amongst the group that all of the people who inhabited the wasteland were savages and should be dealt with on sight. This lasts until Mother Pearl starts noticing things. Lights off in the distance, armies marching around them. She sees that the world is changing and feels that she needs to open the faction up, if only a little, to the outsiders, and decides that she wants an outsider to reach their gates. An outsider who isn't an ignorant savage. An outsider who will help the boomers, rather than harm them. She issues an order for the first outsider that reaches the gates to be granted an audience with her. This being the player character. Upon reaching Nellis and speaking with Mother Pearl, we are given a quest to help out with a few tasks around Nellis in order to gain favor with the tribe. This is where we really get to learn how successful the boomers have become in building a society since their days in Vault 34. To begin, the boomers have established an infrastructure that not only allows them independence from establishing relationships with other tribes, but the ability to do so comfortably, which is a rare find in the wasteland. They have established consistent power through the use of solar panels and generators, consistent food and water through farming and irrigation, manufacturing of their own medical supplies such as stim packs, and weapons and ammunition manufacturing to meet all of their big boom needs. Materials that currently don't reside at the base are easily attained through the use of pre-war scavenger bots, such as when they send these bots to dismantle the B-29 bomber in Lake Mead and extradite it to Nellis. They have also developed a cultural philosophy and political leadership that rivals even that of major factions in the Mojave. The philosophy of the boomers is centered around the carry and use of firearms. While not a boomer, I think that Mick from Mick and Ralph's and Freeside says it best when he states,
"A polite society is an armed society."
No one in the Mojave subscribes to this mantra more than the boomers. Every boomer carries a firearm and is more than willing to use it should anyone become a threat to their friends or family. This builds a certain social trust amongst the tribe and responsibility to one another. The politics of the Boomer Society are equally as simple, with the oldest or most skilled Boomer being appointed to the lead position of whichever role they fill. An example would be Mother Pearl, who is the oldest living Boomer, or Dr. Argyle, who is the lead physician at Nellis and was appointed this position because he is the tribe's most skilled doctor. It should be noted that this type of political simplicity works well for the Boomers due to their small numbers, and would need revision should they reach the size of a larger faction, like Caesar's Legion or the New California Republic. There are 7 branches of the Boomer Society that fill in their internal logistical roles, each being headed by an appointed leader, with one exception, and that's in the case of the farmers, but we'll get more into that shortly. The first branch consists of only a single member, the Elder. This position acts like a dictator would, being the one who has the final say over all matters. During the events of New Vegas, the current Elder is Mother Pearl. She has the power to break the previously set laws to allow outsiders into the base, allow these outsiders to join the Boomers faction, decide to open up trade lines, as well as to assist a certain faction in a major regional conflict, and make changes to the whole societal structure should she see fit. Surely a position of immeasurable power which should not be abused. Next, we have the military, arguably the most important branch to a faction such as the Boomers, and by far the oldest of the branches. The military consists of gate guards who maintain security of the base perimeter, fire teams, should issues occur close enough to the base that launching artillery at it would be detrimental, and an air force that is eagerly awaiting the arrival of the B-29 bomber. At the head of the military is the Master at Arms. During the events of New Vegas, the Master at Arms is a Boomer known as Raquel. She has direct control of all military matters that don't involve Elder approval, such as conducting raids and training military personnel. Next, we have the Technician branch. This also includes mechanics. This branch is responsible for keeping Nellis up and running. They deal primarily with repairing machines and other items that have broken down, like the solar array, as well as maintaining the Mr. Gutsies that patrol the perimeter, repairing and maintaining the B-29 bomber when it arrives, and even research and development tasks into new weapons and equipment, such as the usage and maintenance of the pre-war flight pod simulators that were found at the base. During the events of New Vegas, we can meet Loyal, who is the current head of this specific branch. Next, we have a highly important role, the farmers. Farmers deal with growing and cultivating crops inside the walls of Nellis. They use fresh water from Lake Mead to grow these crops and ensure that there's enough variety of food to keep the Boomers happy and healthy. When talking to the Keeper of the Story, the player character learns that the Boomers purposely grow soy and legumes to add protein into their mostly grain and vegetable diet, decreasing the likelihood of them developing a nutrient deficiency. We also learn that the farmers grow plenty of maize to use in the manufacturing of biodiesel, which allows the Boomers to use their diesel generators without having to scavenge from outside of Nellis. Furthermore, every Boomer is taught farming from a young age, meaning they will never suffer from a lack of farmers. It's honestly an impressive foresight, if you ask me. Next up are the physicians of Nellis. These physicians are responsible for diagnosing and treating patients, manufacturing and administering medication, and increasing knowledge of medical practices. During the events of New Vegas, this branch is led by Dr. Argyle, who can be found treating a plethora of ant bites. Speaking of increasing knowledge, our next branch is that of the teachers. These Boomers instruct the next generation on all things boom, in addition to the basic curriculum that would be found in pre-war schools to set the foundation of knowledge within the future members of their society. It's in the schools that young Boomers learn the foundation of firearm use and maintenance, as well as farming. The scores upon graduation will determine what role they fill in society. If they are lucky, they might be chosen for our next branch, the Keeper of the Story. The Keeper of the Story is another branch that only contains a single member, that being the Keeper, obviously. This Boomer is responsible for memorizing and reciting the story of how the Boomers came into existence, from their time in Vault 34 all the way into their future of flying the bomber. During the events of New Vegas, the Keeper of the Story is a young Boomer named Pete. We can learn the majority of the lore and how the Boomer's logistical operation works from this young lad. It's unclear as to why he's so young, but it's likely due to having the imagination and oratory skills required to tell this story in an entertaining fashion. A skill that some of the older Boomers likely no longer possess. While I must applaud this tribe for their successes, This doesn't mean that life is all sunshine and rainbows for the boomers. While largely independent, they are still dependent on Lake Mead for their fresh water. This becomes immediately apparent when the NCR cut off water to their base. The boomers responded by dropping ordnance on the NCR's water lines. The NCR then promptly turned the boomers' water back on and left them alone. While the boomers won this battle, it's only a matter of time before this weakness gets exploited by another faction that won't be so easily manipulated. The water situation isn't the only non-ideal situation they find themselves in. When we arrive in Nellis, they are swimming in inconveniences. Some ants have just burrowed their way down into the generator room and began eating the gunpowder stored there. Not only does this affect their gunpowder supply, but not being able to get into the generator room has left several sections of their base unpowered. Raquel, Master-at-Arms of Nellis, led a fire team down into the array to deal with the ants, but received an explosive surprise when they attacked with lasers and fire. This raid resulted in the deaths of 2 boomers, and many more injured from ant bites. Not only this, but a few solar panels on top of the array are damaged, preventing the boomers from collecting an ideal amount of power during the day. Raquel needs more missiles to offset their dwindling supply, the doctors need help giving medical attention to ant bite victims, and the worst tragedy of all, the baby boomer Lindsay has lost her teddy bear. Press F to mourn. While this may all sound tragic, and it may appear as if the boomers don't have their stuff together, this assessment is dead wrong. It just so happens that these events are occurring right as we are introduced to them. We are tasked with solving these problems to prove our worth to the boomers, not because they themselves are incapable of doing so, much like the NCR with most of their problems. It's likely that they will have solved their issues within a matter of days or at most weeks, as Raquel is already formulating a counterattack plan with the Technician Corps. Loyal can totally repair the solar array anytime, he just hasn't yet since the ant problem hasn't been dealt with, and Argyle is actively treating his patients as we arrive. The biggest problem they face is the dwindling missile supplies. I say this with exasperation as they still have 5 years of supply left even after all they burned through blowing up ignorant savages. That said, several of the post-game endings involve them opening up trade with outsiders such as the Gunrunners, which instantly resolves this issue. Although they are a bit archaic when we encounter them, their leadership is solid, logistics top-notch, and the level of self-sufficiency they have achieved in such a short amount of time is beyond impressive. This is why, in my opinion, the Boomers are the most successful smaller faction in all of New Vegas.
In the ashes of the Great War, a lone city stands amongst the boneyards that litter the wasteland. Ivory towers gleam like jewels in the sand, their neon lights untouched by the fires of destruction. In the smoldering ruins, civilization was reborn. Like the great phoenix of legend, it rose in the desolation of a once thriving metropolis. The survivors of this devastation forming into tribes, offering each other protection from the hostilities of their new world. Meanwhile, the cogs of change press ever forward, and so too does the Mojave wasteland. This is the tale of the 3 families, those who met the call of their savior and kingpin of the New Vegas Strip, and rose to become the most powerful and influential families in the city of New Vegas. Now, dear legionaries, welcome to the wasteland, to the wasteland, to the wasteland, to the wasteland, to the wasteland. After the Great War of 2077, the city of New Vegas existed merely as a ruin, a relic of the old world. What was once a thriving tourist trap and the pinnacle of America's greed, hubris, corruption, and iniquity, now a carcass, to be picked over by the parasites that call these bones home. Amongst the skeleton exist several groups of tribals, some having been there since the bombs first fell on the fateful morning of the Great War, and others having moved in from the surrounding wasteland, hoping to lay a claim of their own. In the year 2138, the Patriarch of New Vegas awoke from a decades-long coma, only to find the wasteland empty. There were plenty of raiders and tribals, however, no true civilization to speak of, not in the way he envisioned it, that is. This would all change, however, when one of Mr. House's Securitrons encountered NCR scouts at Hoover Dam in the year 2274. Upon the discovery of a true post-war state, just beyond his horizons, Mr. House would set in motion his plan to recreate the New Vegas Strip, setting forth the series of events that created the three families. Securitron soon departed the Lucky 38 to make first contact with the myriad of tribes groveling amidst the ruins. Before the return of House, the territory of New Vegas was home to many tribes, the most notable colloquially known as the Slitherkin, Mojave Boot Riders, the Great Khans, and two more whose moniker has been forgotten to time, save for Mr. House, who never has and probably never will divulge them. Securitrons would soon make contact with these tribes, one by one, offering them an ultimatum. End the conflicts with the other tribes in the area and reform under the rule of Mr. House in order to help him breathe life back into the Strip, forging New Vegas into the center of profits and commerce it once was, or leave the Strip entirely, lest he remove you by force. In the end, 3 would accept the deal, and 2 would refuse it, forging the power balance that dictated the future of the Mojave. Those who accepted the deal were given their own casinos, weapons, ammunition, and medicine, and anything else they would need to transition from squabbling tribals to a profitable and sustainable organization. The first tribe to receive an offer would be the Mojave Boot Riders, a nomadic tribe inhabiting the ruins of the Mojave. While most of the other tribes were located in the heart of Vegas, the Boot Riders were spread throughout the Mojave, following the ebb and flow of the shifting sands. On a fateful day, just east of Vegas, the group was approached by one of House's Securitrons, bringing forth with it an offer. The tribe wasn't too keen about having this robot approach them, however, and swiftly reduced it to scrap in a minute flat. House would not take this hostility lying down, however, and on the following day, he dispatched 20 more Securitrons to surround the tribe, forcing them into negotiation. The tribe listened to what House had to offer them and reluctantly agreed to House's proposal. However, the deal wasn't immediately accepted by all members of the Boot Riders, and conflict arose between their current leader Bingo and a Boot Rider named Benny, following the negotiations. Bingo sought to keep the Boot Riders independent and nomadic, and thus was against the deal with Mr. House. Benny, on the other hand, saw things a bit different. Where Bingo saw entrapment and servitude, Benny saw opportunity, the potential to garner power and influence, to leave the life of a tribal in the past, to run the Mojave as he saw fit. The disagreement would eventually lead the two to confrontation that would determine the fate of the tribe. It didn't take long before Bingo challenged Benny to a ritual knife fight, which was the traditional way of settling disputes of such magnitude in the Boot Riders. Benny accepted the challenge, and 3 days after the deal was proposed by Mr. House, the Mojave Boot Riders would provide an answer to House's proposal. Bingo felt confident in his victory, as he was physically the strongest in the tribe. However, what he possessed in strength, he lacked in speed, which would ultimately lead to his undoing. Shortly after the knife fight commenced, Benny was able to outmaneuver the mountain of a man and plunged his knife deep into Bingo's neck, killing him instantly. With their former leader dead and the winner determined, Benny would go on to become the new leader of the Mojave Boot Riders, and as chieftain, would announce his first motion. The Mojave Boot Riders would accept Mr. House's arrangement, becoming the first of the 3 families of the New Vegas Strip. Upon agreeing to House's terms, the Boot Riders would be gifted the Tops Hotel and Casino, as well as a whole new identity. Shortly after relocating to the Strip, Securitrons would arrive at the casino to deliver the Boot Riders a variety of boxes containing within them suits, ties, and wingtip shoes, as well as instructions that they were now to be known as the Chairman, and don these new outfits as part of the deal. The tribe, still attached to their old ways and tribal identity, roared in protest, but were quickly silenced when Benny stepped in, flexing his newfound authority over the tribe. The boot riders finally all fell in line, tossing aside their gecko skin cloaks and pointy sticks to swing with the big boys in style. The second of these tribes, the Slitherkin, were largely nomadic, much like the Mojave boot riders. However, unlike the boot riders, the Slitherkin were known for their sadism and shady, underhanded practices. They made a habit of luring unsuspecting travelers into their camps, drugging them, and then enslaving them, taking great pride in their manipulation. Sometimes this wasn't enough, however, and the Slitherkin would opt to torture their victims, even going as far as ending their life. The viciousness of this shady and power-hungry tribe appealed to Mr. House, fondly reminding him of the old world mafia that once operated the underground of Las Vegas. The Slitherkin, like the boot riders before them, would soon be approached by a Securitron with the same deal. The arrangement proposed by Mr. House had appealed highly to the Slitherkin, whose hunger for power would see them accept with minimal to no internal pushback. Upon accepting the deal, the Slitherkin were gifted Gomorrah, the casino themed around vice and sin. Casting aside their previous tribal identities, they adopted the new identity of Omertas, changing their wardrobe and vernacular to that of an old world mafioso, ultimately becoming, and reintroducing, the organized criminal element back into the streets of the Vegas Strip. Rumors made their way to many wastelanders, hushed tales of a tribe that reside in deep underground caverns near the once great city of Las Vegas, preying on those above, trapping their fellow man and dragging them deep into the cave below to butcher and feast on their carcass. This next tribe to be offered a deal was largely unknown, save that they were cannibals. Like the tribes before them, they were approached by a Securitron and offered the same deal. The majority of the specifics involving this encounter were never mentioned by Mr. House, except that he entered into a binding contract with them. The contract stated that they would revoke their cannibalism entirely to work with House, and in return, their tribal identity would be kept a secret from all those with prying eyes. The tribe agreed, and were gifted the Ultra-Lux Casino, as well as a whole new identity, known to us as the White Glove Society. It's not clear what Mr. House saw in this unsavory bunch, or why he would seek to employ them out of anything but desperation. Perhaps he saw something in pre-war high society akin to this group of cannibals, or perhaps the tribe was more redeemable than previously believed. In any event, the Beau Monde returned to Vegas, providing a home for tourists with a finer taste in things. During this time, a fourth tribe living on the outskirts of the Strip had also been contacted. This unknown tribe, for one reason or another, refused House's offer, and were promptly barred from the Strip, forcing them into what is now known as Freeside. It was in this area that a young scavenger would stumble across an old-world building, seemingly dedicated to the worship of an ancient deity, whose considerable style and singing ability had encouraged such reverence. Divinely inspired by this man of the old world, the scavenger would return to his tribe with a new identity himself, as well as a new philosophy on respect and personal freedom. Dejected after their eviction by Mr. House, the tribe clung on to this new philosophy, having found themselves in awe of the glory of this old world deity. The tribe would soon cast aside their previous identity, adopting the title of Kings and moving into the King's School of Impersonation under the leadership of the young scavenger, now known simply as the King. The Kings would make Freeside their own, taking it upon themselves to protect and provide for the locals in the coming years. The last and final tribe were that of the Great Khans. It's unclear if they were ever contacted by House with a deal, but if they were, then they had definitely refused it. With their large numbers and aggressive approach, the Great Khans would find themselves at war with the newly formed families of the Strip, specifically the Omertas.
The better weapons and surge of ammunition that was gifted to the families by House had allowed them to not only stand against the might of the Great Khans, but batter them in open battle. Outmanned and outgunned, the Khans would quickly find themselves on the losing end of the war, and were promptly forced out of the city and into northern Vegas. Continued hostilities with the families eventually saw the Great Khans pushed out of Vegas entirely, forcing them to settle at Bitter Springs, just east of the city of Vegas. And here they would stay until their next encounter with the NCR. With the hostilities between the tribes of Vegas brought to a close and the revamping of the Strip to its former glory, the three families rested and began to settle into their new lives, opening up their casinos to patrons from all over the wastes, especially those coming from the NCR. Money flowed into Vegas like a tsunami, stacking the deck for House's next move, and within the lucky 38, House patiently awaited for the final chip to enter play.